Assessment of factors influencing participation of local firms in PPP infrastructure projects in Kenya. That's the one we say that you shouldn't miss. The other one is about the role of socio-economic factors on performance of rural road, and it shall be presented by Kahoya. And there will be discussions for those two particular topics. So, without further ado, I wish that we start with this particular first presentation from Engineer Stephen Nyakondo. Engineer Stephen Nyakondo is from the National Construction Authority and is the manager in charge of research and business development in the authority. So, Engineer, welcome to make that presentation. Tumkaribisha na makofi kidogo. Also, thank you very much, our online viewers. We welcome you, be part of the proceedings, and feel very much at home. Thank you very much.
I hope you are keeping well, though it's a little bit cold, but I think the activities of the day will be able to make us warm and we can continue the discussion. I'm going to give you a brief presentation. It's a summary of what we've been carrying out, I think, for the last 2 years. We started this study in 2019-2020. That's when we started doing this study. And we've been able to conclude it recently. And the information that we have is what we want to present so that we can be able to critique and probably give us input on how we can be able to move forward on this study. Now, the study is about assessment of factors influencing participation of local firms in PPP infrastructure projects in Kenya. And I believe all of us are aware of where we have been as a country in terms of PPP. This presentation, I'll be able to take us through the introduction, just to bring us up to speed on what we are doing, problem statement, then the aim and objectives, the research methodology, results, and then conclusion and recommendations of what we are looking at. I may not be able to talk a lot about PPP. I believe all of us are aware where we are as a country in terms of PPP. Because issues of financing infrastructure projects is a big challenge. We have a big gap in terms of implementing the infrastructure projects that we need in the country. And the government of Kenya has chosen and deemed it fit to take the direction of PPPs in terms of investment in the infrastructure projects in the country. A study that was done by the World Bank over the period of 2012-2020, the total investment in infrastructure in the country was close to 62 billion USD. And the match that the government was able to put in was 25 million. But this 25 million leaves us with a gap of 37 million. That gap is what the government looks at trying to fill in through the PPP model of investment. Further, the World Bank study further showed that the desire for quality projects, because as PPP has been looked at as a model which can be able to promote quality and affordable infrastructure projects. So the government has really been keen to that direction to make sure that we can be able to get on board in the PPP. I think these are questions that have been asked. There is a confusion between the procurement method. Is it a way of investing? Aim of achieving the public good and making the society work well. The journey of PPP in Kenya, it started in 2009, and I think among the first projects that were done we remember I can't remember the exact project, but there are projects that have started in the PPP in 2009. That's when we started, and the World Bank came on board, trying to support promoting the aspect of PPP. And back then, the infrastructure finance public and private partnership project was conceived, and this project aim was to technically support the government and to make it stronger in terms of the PPP model of investment. During that period, 2013 all the way to 2017, under this project of the IFPP, the government was able to develop the legal framework. Several manuals were developed to be able to guide the PPP implementation process. Accompanying regulations were developed during this period. And if you'll be able to go back, you'll see that during that period of 2013 to 2017, the PPP Act was reviewed twice during that period, and that was due to the support that they got from the World Bank. But coming forward, fast forward, you realize that still there were gaps. And most recently, the Act was again reviewed, and we have now the PPP Act of 2021, which is now the one that is being used to address the PPP issues in the country. This Act was basically to address the issues of transparency, issues of local content, and issues of making simple the process of the PPP framework in the country. As of March 2020, when we were collecting the data, the government had approved 80 PPP projects. 74 of these projects were approved under the solicited process, and 6 were approved as privately initiated investment proposals. Out of the 74 approved, 63 were national government and 11 were the county government. The study that we did in partnership with Kenya, just trying to look at the capacity of the construction industry in Kenya. We noted that out of the mega projects that are being carried out in the country, we were able to look at 62 projects. And out of the 62 projects that are being carried out in the country during that period, 85% of those country in terms of value, we were looking at the project value. In terms of project value, was being handled by the foreign contractors, which was a big question. We were looking at it and we said, as NCA, what is it that we can be able to do to address that issue? Because that is a very low issue. And if you look at our act, which prescribes the 30% local content, we felt like we needed to see a way of how to deal with that gap that has been identified. This study also noted that the country is losing out on technology transfer because if 85% of our projects is being handled by external or foreign companies, then we are losing out in terms of technology transfer. We are losing out in terms of exclusion of locals on DPP business opportunities and exposure to enterprising, that is networking and making our companies to be able to interact in the world. This study, we were trying to identify the aspects of participation, and we were able to look at what PIMBAT and PRETI have done in terms of public participation, and we came up with a model of participation so that we can be able to now, as we are going to measure the participation of the local firms, we came up with a model that can be able to do that measurement. You will see there is passive participation. Passive participation is when the companies were able to get information from the PPP projects. For example, if a PPP was advertised in the newspaper and a company was able to get that information, we took it as a participation. It is, for us, we called it passive participation, meaning that they were able to participate, but they were not able to give in. They were just listening and they were not able to give back input. Then we were looking at the issue of participation information giving, where companies were consulted to give input. For example, for example, I can use the expressway. If the expressway contractor was able to reach out to one of our contractors or one of our consultants to get input in terms of what they can be able to do in their project, then we're looking at it as consultation, as a participation level. Then there was participation for material incentive. You are participating and getting something from the project. And in this, we are looking at aspects of labor. As a company, you are invited and you are told that please give us some labor to be able to do some part of the project. Then there was functional participation. Functional participation, we are looking at the firm's participation is seen by external agencies as a means of achieving the project goal. They were given a particular objective in the project. For example, if you are given work to do, like I know for the expressway, there are people who are given work to supply material. If you are given work to supply material as a contract, then you are looking at it as a functional participation. You are participating, but you are not making decisions in the project. Then there was interactive participation, where you participate and you make decision in the project on particular objectives. Then finally, there was self-mobilization, where the company now is wholly in the project and has stake in decision-making in the project. So you'll be able to see the arrow that you've drawn there in terms of capacity. That is how the participation level was measured. The increasing local farm empowerment starts from passive all the way down to the self-mobilization. Now, what was the problem? A 2019 study by the World Bank indicated that 40% of local participation in various economies. The World Bank tries to keep tab on the PPP projects. They have a platform where they do register PPP projects. And in 2019, they had a list of 409 projects. Out of the 409 projects from different economies, 160 were being done by locals in the various economies. So you can be able to see there the 40% aspect that is coming out. And in Kenya, because as just I've indicated, the PPP environment is very fluid. And I think it's because it's still growing, it's still at the baby step stages. So it is very fluid, and there are various concerns that the participation of local farms is rather low. We were insinuating this because when we did the study on mega projects, which a bulk of them are PPP, we realized that 15% is the local content in those projects. Further, it is noted that the majority of PPP infrastructure projects are being undertaken by foreign companies and could imply that local firms lack adequate motivation in participating in the PPPs. Then the authority also has a mandate to ensure that the local content is 30%. So these aspects, they gave us the impetus so that we can be able to go ahead and identify why are we not having the 30% that we want in the Act. So the basic objective that we looked at is to establish the factors to influence local farms' participation in PPP for the purpose of enhancing the local participation. The specific objectives was one, to look at the operational context of the PPPs and to try identify some best practices where we can be able to emulate, to assess the level of participation of the local contractors in PPP, to formulate a framework for enhancing local farms' participation in the PPP infrastructure projects in the country. Local farms, from the literature review that we did, there are various factors that we were able to identify. We identified close to 41 factors, and all these factors were analyzed, and we were able to lump them into the thematic areas that you can see there, where we had the level of participation of local farms in PPP projects, trying to understand that level of participation, and also to look at the regulatory and the institutional framework as a factor, because there are factors that we identified: socioeconomic environment as a factor, government support, local farm capacity, and macroeconomic environment. So those were the factors that we were able to identify and pick out, which we then analyzed and came up with the findings that we have. The theoretical framework and conceptual framework is as indicated there. We were using the stakeholder theory just to make sure that as you're doing our analysis, we are capturing all the stakeholders of the PPP, because PPP is a stakeholder-led process. So the stakeholder theory really guided us in the terms of how to create that framework. In terms of the best practices, we were keen to pick out on the UK. UK is among the leading in the PPP environment. Actually, it was the first country that started the PPP in 1990. And they've been able to do a lot of steps forward. Some of the key things that we noted from that PPP environment, one was the issue of transparency. The UK government publishes wholly the accounts of the PPP projects. This enhances transparency amongst the people. Then the government also has launched a program, a PFI program, that is a program that can be able to monitor the cost effectiveness and also ensure value of money and transparency in the PPP. So contracting entities are supposed to report in terms of performance so that they can be monitored, and this information is made available to the public so that they can be able to monitor the same. In UK, the PPP is taken as the same playing field as the other forms of procurement. We have very many of them in Kenya. So PPP has been put on the same platform. In UK, it's a procurement method, and you just make a decision. If you want to go for PPP, it's a decision that you can be able to make on a clear playing field. Then finally, they have strong systems for scrutiny, because we also realized, as you'll see later in this study, that the challenge we face is not knowing the objectives of the PPP before it starts. But the environment in UK has done a lot to make sure that the objectives are clear before the PPP can be able to commence. So they have very good control systems to make sure that before project proceeds into the next step, they are clear and in well control. You can be able to see the framework there. That is the framework that the UK and the Australian government are using. You'll see very key and prominent is the aspect of value for money, which they've really strongly put in systems to ensure that that can come out clearly and it's out there in the public domain. The research methodology. This study, when we conceived it, we looked at it as a cross-sectional design study to be able to look at both the quantitative aspects and also go out there and clarify in terms of the qualitative data collection. So we focused on NCA1 contractors, and this was it was a bias because we felt like the people who can be able to participate in PPPs, and this was just a decision that was done, that people who can be able to participate in PPPs are NCA1 contractors. NCA1 contractors are the highest in terms of our register, and we were able to reach out to 471 NCA contractors, where we did a semi-structured questionnaire and had a physical meeting and interacted with the directors, and they were able to give us the input. Out of these 471 NCA1 contractors, we visited 52 of their projects, the projects that they are running. So the information that the analysis that we have is basically for 471 contractors within their 52 construction projects that they are running. The desks, finally, in the next step, after doing the analysis for quantitative, we went on to do the qualitative, and we were able to try and clarify the facts that we were getting from the ground. We did a desk study. We also did a synoptic sites observation, where we went out to select projects and to just go and see what is happening on those projects. We had key informant interviews with 8 representatives from from selected institutions within the PPP environment. We held focus group discussions with select institutions within the PPP environment. The informants, there are 8. The focus group discussions we had 4 of them. We had in the 4 sectors that we have as indicated in the NCA Act. In the road sector, we had a focus group discussion. In the water sector, we had a focus group discussion. In the energy sector, we had a focus group discussion. And then in the building sector. So we had those focus group discussions to just clarify those issues that we had. Then we had field observations. We identified 4 key projects that were running during that period. One of them was the Nairobi Expressway. Then we also visited the Sosian Menengai Geothermal Power Project, which is in Nakuru. We also visited the Kiserian Isinya Imaroro Road, a road that is being handled by Kera. Then finally, we also had a visit to the KCB Usalama housing project, which is also a PPP that is really struggling, but is coming up. In terms of the FGDs, the people that you are looking at is the framework that we have in terms of the PPP environment. That is how the PPP environment actually looks like, and we were able to reach out to almost 80% of the members of a PPP project. And these are the people who participated in the focus group. We had an average of 10 participants from the various projects that I've listed up there. And that discussion that we had was basically around those members of the project team. The findings, what we noted, and as I mentioned, we visited the NCA ones, and from the NCA ones, what we got as an overall finding is that only 10% have ever participated in a PPP project. So it's a very small number, and you can see it's very closely related to the 15% that was discovered in 2019. And we also noted that only 36% of these contractors are willing to participate in PPP projects. It's a question that's also a question. Now, I think that's now for further studies. Why are these contractors not willing to participate in PPP projects? And the 21% are indicated that they are unlikely to participate in the PPP projects. The factor analysis, the factors that I was able to mention to you, we did an analysis of the factors to identify the underlying factors that explain the pattern and of correlation within a set observed variable, which in this study are the factors influencing the PPP, local participation of PPP farms in Kenya. Those are the factors that you are analyzing. I don't know if you can be able to see, but they're very small. But you are looking at aspects of macroeconomic environment, and that macroeconomic environment was touching on issues of taxation. We realized that a predictable taxation regime is a key factor on decision making for you to be able to enter into a PPP. The government incentives on PPP infrastructure projects, issues of policy, issues of a vibrant financial market, sufficient human capacity, stability and interest rates, affordable and reliable energy supply, effective transport network in the area of the project. So these are aspects that we were able to look at, and you can be able to see averagely the factor loadings were very high in terms of the taxation regime being unpredictable. When you move to the government support, provision of tax incentives by government, clarity on objectives and outcome of PPP infrastructure projects, that were very high. You can be able to see at almost 85%. Provision of loan guarantees by government, information transparency, provision of trainings on PPP, and finally access to machinery and equipment. In terms of government support, that was the analysis. Legal institutional framework, the robust dispute resolution. I think that you heard it even yesterday, it came out. The aspect of dispute resolution, I think it's not very clear to our contractors. So that also played a big role, given that the PPPs are models where the aspects of law are very key, and contract management is very key. So it played a key role there. The availability of political goodwill in the country, transparent procurement structures for PPP, presence of political stability, political patronage, socio-cultural factors, integrity levels during negotiations, and project execution. I think that also played a big role in terms of people making decision to do PPP. Willingness of public to pay. You remember the Thika Superhighway? That was one of the PPP models that was conceived by government, but it did not go through because of lack of willingness to pay. And that brought a challenge for that PPP. So decision making becomes very hard in terms of bringing the PPPs into the contractor's perspective. The issues of religious considerations, access to emerging technologies, all these factors, we were able to identify them and measure them during our study. The local farm capacity also came out very strongly in terms of the access to financial capability, cash flows within the company, and the level of technical human resource, and even the mechanizations in various companies. So this, when we were able to analyze, we came up with a model, and you can be able to see from the model there in terms of the socioeconomic factors, they came out very strongly. Government support came out very strongly, and that's how we were able to look at the model. Once we did that, then we realized that we needed to go out to the field to be able to come up and now justify the model that we've identified. We visited Nairobi Expressway, and the Nairobi Expressway is one of the projects that is key in this country, and everybody is watching it. The project itself was a PPIP, that is project privately initiated. It was initiated by the private sector. The private sector came on board and they established an agreement with the government and through Kenya, and they were able to establish the Moja Express Company. The Moja Express Company is the company that is currently implementing the project, and the Moja Express Company engaged EPC contractor. EPC contractor is Calais Infrastructure Construction Company, which after implementing the project was also given the contract to do the operation and maintenance of the road. The Nairobi Expressway is 27 kilometers and is a toll project, and the project had an initial budget of 65 billion with a construction period of 2 years, and was open to public in June 2022 on a pilot basis. The next project that we visited was the Lot 33, that is the Imaroro, the Ngong, Kiserian, Imaroro Road. This project is a 91-kilometer project. It was done under the, it was done in 2013 and is being implemented under the PPP financing framework under the annuity model for various lots. The project came to a commercial close in November 2016 and subsequent financial close in 2018. The construction of the project, which was based on a 2-year construction period and an 8-year operation, maintenance, and model, began in May 2018 and was completed in November 2020. The main parties in this project were the Kenya Rural, that's KERA, as the contracting body. Then we had Intex RAF1 as the special purpose vehicle that was created. This purpose vehicle was a conglomerate of very many other organizations, one of them being Kenya Commercial Bank as the financier. Then we had Intex as the EPC contractor. The service subcontractors were Sino Hydro Corporation Engineering Bureau, a Chinese firm. Then the independent expert for the project was Leah Associates from Asia, which had a joint venture with a local firm, MS iTech. So KCB were also the technical advisors. They also had a local partner in terms of as a technical advisor, who is Engineer Otieno Odongo and partners, who were able to support the project. This project was approximately 80 million. The next project that we visited was Sosian Menengai geothermal power project in Nakuru. This is also one of our flagship projects under the Vision 2030, estimated at close to 79 million USD. This project is the 3 independent power producers who are contracted to finance, procure, contract, and operate 3 power plants on a build, own, and operate basis. There are 3 of them. There is Menengai 1, Menengai 2, and Menengai 3. The one that we visited was Menengai 3, which is under the Sosian Geothermal. The local partner there was 2022. Yeah, it was 22 Limited. That was the local company that was participating in that project, and he was participating as a contractor, a support contractor for the main project. Then we had the housing project, which is KCB Salama project. This is a project that is trying to support the affordable housing project, trying to bring on board housing units. It was geared towards building housing units for police officers across the country. The project had 3 phases, with the initial 2 failing to take off. Initially, it was a government initiated through the State Department, the office block, and already lodged the proposal with PPP unit. The expected project cost was approximately 1.7 million, but the project is yet to reach financial close because of lengthy discussions. Some of the challenges that you'll be able to see being cited as hindrances to PPP in the country. So the discussions have been lengthy, trying to understand the objective of the project, trying to understand who owns the project, and those kind of discussions. They are very, very lengthy in terms of bringing on board a PPP. Now, out of that qualitative visit that we did, the extent of participation of local contractors, we realized that the factors that limit local contractors' participation is the complexity and nature and uniqueness of the PPP projects. The formulation of this project is a very, very heavy task. The KCB project, you can be able to see, it has taken almost 5 years to negotiate and be able to come to a financial close. So there are very many details that need to be put together to make sure that a PPP project is now ready to launch. Then the other aspect is the proposed funding models. There are various funding models that have been identified, and contracting bodies sometimes prefer a different funding model which a private institution does not prefer. So that discussion has been very, very detailed, but the 2021 PPP Act tries to clear those out, and it has made it a bit more clear and has been able to highlight some of the funding models so that when you are coming on board, then you are clear on the various funding models that you can now be able to pick out from the Act itself. Then there was the issue of the heavy costs incurred before financial close. That's also a big limitation that we got, especially from the members that were participating. Then lastly was the ease of availing project information. For the private sector, getting to know this information has been a very tough task, and you realize that the people who participate in the PPP projects, they are people who've really tried to dig deeper to get the information, unlike what we saw in the UK in the UK PPP environment, where information is readily available for all projects that are intended for the PPP. The consumption of local materials, including cement, steel, aggregates, and haulage, was demonstrated across all the study projects that we visited. We visited the 4 projects that the 4 key projects. There was evidence of local material being consumed there, and over 90% of the labor force were local across all the projects that we visited. Although that came with a disclaimer that most of these were low-skilled workers. They were people who are doing the actual work. You will find that the engineers and the high level, most of them were coming from outside. There was evidence of transfer of technology to the local construction workers and professionals involved in the project. That aspect, we found it to be very positive because most of these companies, we noted that they do organize their own trainings to make sure that the local participants are trained and the technology is transferred to them. They even do management training. We were happy to find that even in the expressway, they were doing management training for engineers and the professionals who are working on that project. And there was a lot of learning skills in terms of project management and project supervision. The level of subcontracting of local firms was quite low, as the nature of works being undertaken were highly technical and very few firms were on board. That in terms of contracting and participation, that is how we found. The determinants of participation, based on that analysis, the determinants, we realized that one, issues of legal and institutional framework were very, very key. And the issues of overlapping, institutional overlaps, lengthy appraisal periods, negotiations, and approval processes, which were taking quite a bit of time to be able to come on board. But this has since been addressed in the PPP Act, which has now, the 2021 review, which has now come out very clear in terms of the timelines and how you can be able to negotiate the project. Although it has come up with a new fee of close to 50 USD as a negotiation fee that you have to pay to government. That is quite a bit high, and members felt like that may be another constraint into bringing on the PPPs. The social-cultural environment, there was a need, the social-cultural issues such as ineffective leadership, poor work ethics, negative attitude and professionalism, and culture of cutbacks, that is the bribes, also featured very much in most of these projects that we visited. Then there was other aspect of government support. A strong government support provides an enabling environment for speedy and steady implementation of infrastructure projects. The government provides de-risking mechanisms such as letters of support, sovereign guarantees, tax incentives, trainings, and partial guarantees for the projects. These also are very key determinants and which the government can be able to try and push very hard. And I'm also glad to say that has been addressed under the PPP, the Act, the 2021 Act, which now brings these aspects into fore in the law. Farm experience, most local farms have financial inadequacies as they depend on debt to finance their projects. The local farms have professional service expertise, but operate in isolation rather than having a consortium operating in all-inclusive transaction advisors. capable of structuring and managing projects from end to end as a requirement in the PPP project. Our local companies, in terms of management, in terms of professional service provisions, they work individually. We do not have the consortium model, and PPP encourages the consortium model of working where you can be able to work as a team. The other one is PPP project complexity, the risk allocation. That has been a big challenge. How do we allocate risks in the PPP projects? Very, very big challenge, and that makes even the PPP project conception being very difficult for the local participants. Public engagement and support in terms of buy-in from the industry, that has been a key area. How do we bring on board the public? Because if the public is not part of the process, then that's also another issue that comes in. The macro environment, what came out clearly was the issue of the expressway, whose costs were highly elevated because of the foreign exchange risk, which was not taken care of very well at the conception stage. Then the ever-changing inflationary index has an ability to affect prices of construction materials and wages of workers due to the wage push inflation. Hence, an increase in project costs is more likely when a project experiences delays, and systematic risks, including tax regimes, also came out to play. In the Lot 33, taxation risks needed to be assessed in advance so that it can be quantified and incorporated into the pricing model. That is what the Lot 33 project were able to do, and they were able to mitigate that problem. And that's why from our study, we realized that the Lot 33, that is the Kera project, in terms of local participation, did very, very well. They had quite a number of local participants in that project. We had local engineers participating. We had the local financier participating. So there was quite a big chunk of local participation in that project. In conclusion, we realized that there is low participation. There is evidence that there is low participation of PPP in the country. The framework of PPP implementation requires broad and collaborative engagements with different stakeholders. The engagement is very complex, and our contractors or our companies in Kenya, they need to up their game so that they can ensure that they have good legal representation in terms of the negotiation and building up a negotiation platform, building up to reach the negotiation platforms that foreign companies have. Overall, most local firms had inadequate ability to independently initiate and manage PPP projects due to the requisite experience. They do not have experience. The PPP contractual model is very strict, and our locals, they need to look at that. However, the lessons learned on the Lot 33 project, which had a very strong local content demonstrated, needs to be documented for the future. One of the recommendations we were looking at is that project, it needs to be documented. It's the only one that was very good. Need to do a lot of sensitization and make the public companies, the local companies in Kenya, to accept the PPP model. Document performance of local contractors. This is now for the NCA. We need to see how we can be able to document the performance of the local contractors and make this information available to the contracting entities, because we realized most of the contracting entities were not able to tell the capacity of our local contractors in terms of the how quickly they're able to finish their projects, that is the project duration, how quickly they're able to do their projects. Were they able to do the projects within cost? Were they able to execute quality projects? Is there evidence that they did quality projects? So we need, as NCA, to document and make that information available to the contracting entities. Then finally, the aspect of risk by locals. We realized that our capacity is a bit low, and that has been brought out by very many studies in terms of the local contractors. And there was a proposal that we can be able to have infrastructure projects, maybe cut them down. I don't know how they can be able to, but to try and reduce the value and the risks that are associated, that we want to allocate to the private sector to onboard local contractors so that they can be able to participate. Then the other one is on the partnership. There is a need to encourage local firms to participate in PPPs and have partnerships with financing institutions, because there is indications that local financing institutions do have finances, but they are not able to come on board because of the the lack of understanding of that PPP environment. Then there was the other aspect of long-term institutional planning by our companies. Our companies need to start thinking long-term, not to have a company that can be able to implement a road project today and die tomorrow. We need to start looking at very far into the future, because that is how a company can be able to build its capacity. Companies should be able to start developing strategic plans and look at maybe 5-10-year plans for their companies. The aspect of de-risking is a key area, and as an authority, as NCA, we will be able to pick it up and develop training programs for contractors so that they can be able to understand financial forecasting, risk mapping, risk apportioning, and risk management matrix. Very, very key for the authority. The other aspect is project closure. I think that's also another gap that we noted. Projects are generally not closed in this country. When we execute a project, it just dies naturally. I think nobody follows it through. So there was a proposal that there needs to be a good framework that can be able to guide project closure. Once a project is closed, what happens, who is informed, what kind of information is shared, and who is supposed to share to receive that information. Then finally, governing the participation of local contractors in PPP. We need to have good guidelines that can be provided for the contractors in terms of how to be able to participate in PPP projects. It was a long presentation, thank you very much, but I've been able to try and capture the key aspects. It was a very long study that was done for almost 3 years, but that is the summary of what we've been able to find. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Engineer Nyakondo. Tumpigie makofi tena. Asante sana. I think we go straight into the discussions. And I'm going to call the panelists. Kindly come and take your position here at the front. I think the panelists are all here. I can see them. Karibuni. Take your position so that we can discuss now this topic. Thank you very much. In the house, we have got the CEO of National Housing Corporation. I would wish to welcome him. As they are coming to the front, please come and say something to the participants. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gesora. I want to take this opportunity to greet all of us. Good morning. Good morning once again. Now, it gives me a lot of pleasure to be back home, because as much as I have been introduced as the CEO and the Managing Director of the National Housing Corporation, indeed, this is my last station of work. I was here until November last year. I left this institution on the 6th of November to join the sister agency, the National Housing Corporation. I'm a founding member of research and capacity building at National Construction Authority. And I cannot be more proud to see the good work that the board and the management of National Construction Authority continues to do in this sphere of construction research. As per the Act, NCA exists to oversee the construction industry and coordinate its development. And one area that we noted as the pioneer staffs of National Construction Authority is that there was a gap in coordination of research within the country. Because when we are coordinating the construction industry, one other area that needed to be coordinated was the research component of the construction industry. And National Construction Authority, through its very able board, the senior management led by Engineer Maurice Akech, who has been my mentor and my immediate senior, has driven that role in a very robust way And today, we can convene the entire country to discuss matters related to research because of the good work that NCA is doing. I therefore take this opportunity to most sincerely appreciate the leadership of this institution, NCA, and also the leadership of the department where I worked as a general manager. I'm very proud of you, Steve, and also Architect Juliet, and your entire team of management for the good work that you are doing for this country. I want to believe I came in at a very good time. I was unable to join yesterday because of other exigencies of duty. But I came in at a very good time when we are presenting a very important topic, and I look forward to listening to the panel discussion, because we are implementing affordable housing program, which is actually the direction of the government for the next 5 years and indeed for the next 10 years. And we are saying there's a social need and we need to also close a gap when it comes to housing, and again also provision of employment and opportunities for the Kenyan young people. But then government alone, National Housing Corporation alone, the State Department of Housing and Urban Development alone, we cannot meet the needs that are there in the housing sector. You know, a study by the World Bank, and I'm happy this morning we are citing data from World Bank in 2019, the housing census data indicate that we had a gap of about 200,000 units. I think by now that gap has grown. Now, we are supposed to deliver affordable housing program, but this can only be delivered in partnership with the private sector. And that is why we are talking about the fund, the National Housing Development Fund, which is actually already established. If you look at Cap 117 of the laws of Kenya, I want to submit, for purposes of this discussion, that fund is already provided under Section 7, 8, and 9 of the Housing Act. And it says a National Housing Development Fund will be established for many reasons, and the sources of funds, including now what the President and the government has proposed. And we are supposed to utilize this fund, one, as a base so that if, for example, the private sector, we contribute about 1 billion, for example, in our taxes, and is collected by the Kenya Revenue Authority. If, for example, we have 1 billion, then the private sector and commercial banks can gear it up 5 times, and then we have 5 billion, which we can give as an off-take guarantee to the private investors in the housing sector. So what we are saying, in essence, is we are not necessarily saying that we are collecting this money, as many Kenyans are asking questions, so that we can be given that money as NHC and quickly start putting up houses. But no, it's so that I have a very good premise to invite the private sector through the joint venture and public-private partnerships so that I can guarantee them. In this model of PPP, the most important thing is the guarantee that once the private sector has done their part, then the public sector side, which in this case will be National Housing Corporation, because we are the body corporate, then we shall also do our part. But we need to give a guarantee of comfort to the private sector. And that is why the fund is very important. And then that fund will be multiplied by the private sector players. So I'm very happy to listen at how the conversation will roll out. Our intention in the next financial year, 2023 going to 2024, is National Housing Corporation will deliver 50,000 housing units. 20,000 will be delivered on the traditional model where we onboard a contractor and we pay off through the normal interim payments. 30,000 housing units will be delivered on PPP, and therefore it's very important for me to be here to listen to this kind of discussions. I am very happy to listen to our dons, the faculty members from various universities. I was here, I think we started this journey with Professor Rukwaro. We have worked, we have nurtured this small department to be what it is today, and I'm therefore very happy. I welcome all of us, and I am very happy to also be part of this conversation. Once again, God bless you, and God bless National Construction Authority and the great people of the construction industry of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our CEO for National Housing Corporation, David Mathu. From EBK, I want to recognize Engineer Okere. Please stand up and wave to the participants. Thank you very much. Karibu sana. Now, we enter into the discussion, and Engineer Howard Manyi, the ball is in your court. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Paul. I'll request you to get microphones to my panelists. And my role today is a simple one, is to help all of us to get a chance to listen to the great panelists before us. I had thought at the start that I'll be having their profiles to introduce them, but since I don't, I will give a chance to each one of them to introduce themselves, and then we'll get down to the business of the day, beginning with Engineer Sharma. You're welcome.
Good morning, participants. My name is Engineer Sharma Kiteme. I am a civil structural engineer. I am a registered consult engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya. And I'm also a certified project manager with Project Management International. So I'm a practicing engineer. I'm also elected as a Honorary Secretary, the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, which is a body that fights for the welfare and advocacy of engineers, and I want to acknowledge all engineers in the room. I have seen friends of mine, Engineer Goro. I've seen Dr. Engineer Victoria Okumu, my friend, Engineer Musiomi, and everyone else here who is an engineer, because they vote for me, they must get that privilege. Engineer Steven Nyakondo, Engineer Okere, Engineer Karani, and Engineer Howard. So very privileged to be here. I really want to appreciate NCA for carrying on this tradition of disseminating research. One of the things we do is that we have the knowledge, but we are not discharging it. And so we're very privileged to be here to have this very important conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Yes, my name is Robert Lukwalo. I lecture in the University of Nairobi, and I've been in a partnership with NCA in the research sector. And since they started as the CEO, National Housing Corporation, have said, we have been together and we have seen it grow. And there was a time we are preparing the ground. Now is the time we are starting seeing the fruits of what has been happening since 2011 when NCA probably was formed. So I think the research we are discussing today is of great importance, and I think we'll be able to do justice to it as we discuss as a forum in this house. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Ralwala, an architect. I'm a faculty member. I teach at the University of Nairobi Department of Architecture, and also in the Department of Real Estate and Construction Management and Quantity Surveying. I have worked with the NCA before in the training of contractors. This was in the period 2016 to 2020. But then I'm back now as a panelist after a short break. I'm glad to contribute in this area of national importance. We all know the challenges that the government has with regard to financing development. So the opportunities which are created by these PPPs are good to explore in terms of the future of this country, in terms of reaching out to the Wanjikos, to the hustlers who are the eventual beneficiaries of these projects. So I'm glad to participate as a panelist. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, and my last panelist.
Thank you very much. It's my second day here. It's been a pleasure to be part of this. My name is Collins Miruka. I'm a professor and director of the School of Business and Management Studies at the Technical University of Kenya. My background, originally, I studied as an engineer. I'm a registered civil engineer, but subsequently went so much into management and public policy. So this is exciting for me, so that the implementation phase is actually now the arena of policy and management and governance issues. As they normally say, it's so much easier to design a road than to decide where the road will pass. Because deciding where the road will pass is now the political element of it. And that's often the most tenuous part of it. But I think the gathering here, and actually the mix of generations, for me to see Engineer Goro there, to see Anthony Ralwala, who are first years in the university at the same time, I'm only seeing him after 22 years again. I think that mix is really, really exciting. And I look forward to enjoying the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And finally, my name is Engineer Howard. Howard Mai. I'm a civil engineer by training. And currently I work as Assistant Director, Research, Innovation and Knowledge Management. We have many things in common with Stephen Nyakondo, apart from sharing a university. We also share a trade, which is research and innovation. And I'm excited to be here to facilitate this panel. I'll go straight to Professor Rukwaro. Just shortly, please give us, if you're speaking to a layman, I know these are not laymen, but if you're speaking to a layman, what are the distinct differences between a PPP project and a conventional project?
Thank you for that question. Let's start from the point of the need. The government need development for different sectors, in housing, in infrastructure of roads, in water, and so on. And the government has to engage a local or international or in partnership people who come and implement these projects. So when you talk about conventional, we are looking at our traditional ways of how we carry out projects. The traditional way is that the designers, first of all, we create the commissioning of the project or procurement of the project by different consultants and also by the contractor. And then after that, there's implementation of that project. The type of relationship there is straightforward. There are started forms of contract, there's government guidelines for such projects, so that it's very clear that that project is just within the local forum, whereby the participants are guided within the guidelines that already the government has set of how such projects are taking place. And for example, we are talking of payment through interim certificates. We are talking of a lot of supervision of those projects by the relevant bodies, like if you are talking about, we have discussed, where the public PPP 2011 Act, which actually comes out very clearly with certain guidelines of how the players will be involved in that project. And in this case, the government guarantees a lot of risks in this type of projects. And these projects are really for the good of the public, as it has been said. So that at the end of the day, the beneficiary is the public, and that the government ensures that it's delivery in those type of projects, and also in clear guidelines that are outlined in the Act. That's what I could say about that.
Thank you so much, Professor Miruka. I know Prof has given us, and his explanation leaned a lot more on the technical aspects of how the projects are executed. I just want to hear from you on the financial side, because now you got me excited when you said you're a civil engineer who veered off into financial matters. Some distinctions between PPPs and conventional projects?
Thank you very much. Indeed, there are great distinctions, but foundational, as Engineer Nyakondo started and as the CEO for National Housing has explained, is about de-risking, it's about bringing in more efficiency, it's about that pulling together and ensuring that there will be off-take. Previously, let's say national housing could just decide to build a number of houses, say in Kibera or wherever. But how sure would they be that there will be an offtake of that and that the efficiency elements is put in there and the effectiveness? So the private sector, one hopes that we'll be borrowing that efficiency one gets from the private sector when we involve them in the delivery of public services. And it has been shown all through, you've seen, let's take the example of the Nairobi Expressway. Whenever there's been an accident there, how quickly it is actually attended to, how quickly the repairs are attended to. Now compare that with the normal bureaucratic processes of repairing a road. So those are the advantages that one gets when you have a PPP as opposed to the normal conventional projects. Key things, just to come, there's the de-risking element, and as I said, the CEO really made it very, very clear, especially trying to explain, because those are the questions people normally ask, even when you talk about the housing project. How come you are going to build 200,000 projects and presently you're only able to do 50,000? That efficiency, that leveraging, the fact that now the private sector can have that appetite because now they are assured of their returns in doing so. So I think those are the key things, and we are just at our infancy. And in terms of economics, these things take a very long time. As Engineer Nyakondo explained, the UK itself only started PPPs in 1990s. So as we're starting it, we just started the journey, and we will learn. There'll be a lot of discussion. There'll be some unique element that is only applicable to Kenya, but I think we're on the right track.
You mentioned de-risking, and before I move away from you, because if you speak to any typical person seated there, when we hear about de-risking, we see a lot of government trying to de-risk the private sector, many times from the business perspective, so that the person putting in his money is assured of getting his money. I want you to address the question of de-risking for the consumer. Yeah.
Thank you. For the consumer, let's take a typical example of housing. People say that housing will always solve itself. It's a question of affordability and supply. A typical person who wants to invest its money in housing, it makes much more sense in economics to actually go and build a house in Kibera, in Mathare, that will be very, very cheap, will be oversubscribed, and you'll get back your money in less than 5 years. That's the truth. That's why when you saw, I think if you remember in the old days, the Catholics were trying to upgrade Mathare 4A slums. The kind of fight they received there, because the people who were original 10 landlords there were making enough money by just renting out those slums. But now, a typical Kenyan, like Engineer Kiteme himself, would probably want to go and buy a half-an-acre plot in Karen, build a house there for 70 million, and ended up being rented at, let's say, 100,000 a month. Now, the return there, it does not make sense economically. But he only goes to Karen because he thinks that's where now it's affluent enough, people can go there, and it will take very, very long to recover his money. So what do we mean when we say we are de-risking, and why is it important that the government goes there? The government can decide, okay, now let's go to that Mathare. I'm going to give you sewage. I'm going to give you access road. I'm going to give you security. So put your money here so that you get that better return that everybody is fighting for. Otherwise, as we speak now, there's a glut of housing in Westland, for instance. There are so many houses there that are not occupied. But why is that so? While somebody else is actually struggling to live in a hovel in Kibera or in Mathare. It's because of that. So this partnership, when it works, it really helps to sort out that, so that we do not go to an intense fight to build even more slums, so that you get even a university professor will tell you, no, the best place to build is in Lakisama or Korogocho, because hapo hata ukijenga, the smallest people watakuja, they are easy to eject. The guy who lives in your current house probably will not pay you for 2 years, will take you to court for 3 years to just get him out.
Make a deposit and occupy the house
And make
and chase you with police officers.
and things like that. So the government coming in here is doing that, what you call that de-risking, that whetting the appetite of somebody who now makes that great social impact by investing in Shauri Moyo and making sure that there are internal plumbing in those houses, that you don't drive through sewage to get to that house, and that you are not pigward ngeta on your way to the house.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alwala. The government is finding PPPs attractive. Why do you think government is finding PPPs attractive?
There are many reasons as to why the government finds these PPPs, attractive. If you look at the whole economic scenario, even if you're not a trained economist, out there in the social media, the information which is there, if you look at this new finance bill 2023 vis-a-vis the budget, you look at the options that the government has, and they are very limited. Yeah. So in terms of development, expenditure towards that is very limited. We do appreciate the challenges that they faced coming into office. We know there are delays with government salaries of government employees, disbursements to county government. Where is the money for development going to come from? So the government is attracted towards this because the financing aspect will be handled by a private sector player, as opposed to the government providing funding. So the government just has to provide an enabling scenario as a participator, as a stakeholder, and to make sure that the laws which they themselves, formulated are obeyed and adhered to. So this is why majorly they find it to be quite attractive to go into these PPPs. The financing aspect, we don't have money locally. As the Kenya Kwanza government has often said, they want to finance development, not through, additional borrowing, loans from abroad and so on. So they want to source money locally. So PPPs are a welcome thing to them. So in these PPPs, of course, there's the sharing of resources. Of course, the finance comes from elsewhere. The technical expertise also comes from elsewhere. And there's better value for money. There's a lot of government wastage. We know about this. If you look at what the economist Dr. David Ndii has been saying, this wastage has to be curbed. So in these PPPs, the wastage is much more reduced because someone else is handling the financing aspect. Yeah, so that's what I would say.
I guess you'll begin by saying the government is broke. That's why it's attracted to PPPs. But I wanted you to go back to the question of viability. The government could be attracted to the PPP model of financing projects. But this attraction, is it viable? Is it viable, especially in the sense that you could be having many loans. These loans are paid by the taxpayers' money, and you do a PPP project. That PPP project will now be paid even directly by that taxpayer from the pocket. I just want to hear your thoughts, the viability of that attraction, whether it will hold, whether going to the same pool is going to be sustainable.
I think looking at it from a long-term perspective, it sounds as if it will be sustainable. The jury is still out there. These PPPs are very new. We heard about the expressway project. It's really being in there for the long haul. Yeah. The players, and we do want our contractors to take part in this. The main issue is transitioning from being a contractor to a business operator, because here you are helping in building this, contributing financially, and now suddenly you need this extra business acumen to operate the project. So in the various forms that these PPPs come in, whether there is build, operate, transfer, build, own, operate, transfer, build, transfer, operate, all of them, the outlook in the long term is that they are viable because users of the roads pay these tolls. So as long as the road is there, the infrastructure may have been very expensive to procure, but if we are assured of political stability, good governance. Yeah, the road is used every day. The income comes in slowly by slowly. Even if it's going to take a long time, the return on investment is guaranteed. And that is how I think it is viable in the long term.
Engineer Sharma, I was going to ask you a simpler question, but Dr. Arwala has complicated things for you. He mentioned about wastage in government and PPP as a strategy of trying to resolve wastage. And it's a topic that excites me. I just want you to try and help us understand how PPPs would address the question of wastage. And I want you to be frank. Even if you think that PPP is wastage in itself, you can make it clear to us how it is.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Of course, I'm at a disadvantage. I've never worked in a public sector. I've always been the private sector where really we count.
Normally, private sector people, they usually eye the government so much. They're able to see the wastage more than the public sector themselves.
So we are able to account for every shilling, and we actually do zero budgeting. But one advantage with the PPP is, and Nyakondo touched on this, the fact that you really are talking about risks and having the right owner of the risks taking it up, whether political risk, commercial risk, and all that. It also forces a more disciplined approach towards the conception of the project. Now, as a practitioner in project management, I'll tell you, projects fail at the planning stage. You have the entire process cycle of initiation, planning, execution, implementation, monitoring, and then closing. But we really fail in our projects because of poor or lack of planning. And because of the regime that PPP concept brings in, where I take a risk, and it is my duty to make sure that I avoid the risk, because if it happens, I take it up. And if it happens, then I minimize the impact. Then it forces very meticulous planning. So that then, if it is design, we do thorough work in design. We make sure that we do the geotechnical investigations that we have to do. We make sure that we do, we check on where we are going to get our materials so that we have a concrete plan. And so that then during the execution, we avoid the mishaps, we avoid things that could happen because of poor planning. And so in my view, that aspect of forcing everyone to take up a certain risk, then it makes everyone to be very well prepared. And so planning, you will find that if you don't plan well, then your project will not be completed on budget, your project will not be completed within the time that you set, and the scope creep keeps on happening and all that. And so in my view, the whole aspect of wastage is very likely to be curbed by PPP framework because of that kind of sharing risks, to make sure that you actually take on the risks that you can take and take it comfortably. And if it goes wrong, then you are held accountable. Look at the expressway. The thing was started, we made a little noise, especially as professionals, but quickly the thing was running. There was people sleeping on the road, but because this thing had to be finished on time, this thing was finished, and we are using it. And of course, we are enjoying cruising across to Mulolongo from CBD, and there's a time I drove from Kitengela, that junction, Kitengela, where we have the underpass, to town in 3 good hours. You understand? So really that aspect of forcing everyone to be disciplined in the area of risk that they're tackling, for me, helps curtail wastage that is so common in public sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As government, we've been accused, and I will take us back to the issue of wastage, that the model of financing PPP will normally yield a bigger contract implementation sum. The accusation actually has been that the principal is inflated so that it can be recovered later. The argument is that if someone was doing a project like Expressway through the conventional contracting a program, they will probably do it at 20, 30 billion. I don't know where they get those figures. But since it's being done by PPP, it has been inflated because of pricing for risk. And the professor is looking at me, and I think I'm ministering something to him. I just wanted your feedback. When I finish with you, I'll come back to Prof here. Is there any truth in this argument of, getting the principal to be bigger than what it would have been? Or is it just hot air discussion?
Perhaps we need to put it the other way around. This poor planning that more often goes into infrastructure projects, what causes months? You find yourself 12 months, the project is not complete because of the poor planning aspect. Now, how many lives that theater could have saved if it was complete in 6 months? What is the opportunity costs and the impact on the economy of 6 months delay in the completion of this theater project? I mean, compare that with this project could have cost 100 million, and then because you have costed for risk, it costs 150 million. What would you save in the 6 months in terms of life saving by that theater being complete and operational? When you look at it that way, then you start realizing that we may kill off one another looking about the shilling I'm going to save, but the cost of the delay in completion of a project sometimes can be unimaginable, simply phenomenal, because there is no cost you can attach to life. And I think that I'm arriving at a point of saying we need to look at that aspect of the project being completed on time, what we say, the gains we have, and not actually always look at the shilling that we are talking about. The cost of for expressway, for example, the saving that we have, the man-hours we lost in the traffic jam, it is humongous if you look at it. And you compare that vis-a-vis the cost of probably saying it would have cost 30 million instead of 65 billion. So it's a debate for us as practitioners to look at. But I think there's merit towards a project completed on time, within budget, and to the scope.
Thank you so much. Professor Meruka, do you think we overprice risk in PPPs?
We really do not overprice risk. And I can't emphasize enough what the engineers just said. Yes. I'll give you very typical examples, and me now I'll go the economic way and the overall development way. Let's look at Moi Avenue. At one time in history, Hotel Ambassador was a real nice place to be in. Now it is a slum of hotels because somebody has put in Lazarus there, that lack of long-term plan. We're saying if the government were there, capitalism is not mercantilism, where we just go where you can get the most amount of money and invest and get your money as quickly as possible. So Ambassador died, so to speak, from the vision of, because now I have my own Lazarus there, I have my own branch there, and suddenly Architect Omenya can't bring his guests to stay in Ambassador, Next, around that, you have the Hilton Hotel. Everybody was, when they announced, now we're just closing it down.
Now it's Pronto.
Yes, because there's Pronto there, nobody can sleep there. This is where now international diplomats used to spend. So if we bring in these synergies of the government and the public sector planning together, that's what you now see as what they call the overpriced risk. You are looking at long-term planning, you are looking at quality of that service delivery and how it can be engaged. Otherwise, it is always a race to the bottom. Someone else will always find a cheaper way of doing it and will always get clients. So you go there with your Hotel 680, somebody opens up a pavement there and starts roasting nyama and everything else. And it is so, this what we call now overpriced risk takes care of that. That kind of long-term planning, and especially if it is done jointly with the government. I once went to Architect Omenya's office and I saw a nice board there with the development plans for Miranda High School, and I was like, hey, does Miranda look like this? He said, no. So this is now the overall development plan, how it will look like in 30 years' time. So that's the kind of thinking we need to, and stop this magic.
When it came to negotiations of how to put a project in place, currently it's very clear the type of model that you select and what effects it has in the contract. There was also a lot of guidelines that have been put in place that now actually helps the execution of PPC project. So what I can say is that with the time and creating awareness to the stakeholders who are participating, especially of this act that is in place, I think we can say that we are moving in the right direction as opposed to what we had in the initial stages.
Yeah, I would still come back to you because one time I was listening to a presentation in an event organized by Institution of Engineers of Kenya, and the person presenting was one of my seniors. He's not here. It's called Engineer Paul Karekezi. He's an expert in PPP, and he was complaining that if you begin a PPP project, you can take eons before you sign off the financial clause. And it's in the face of this kind of a situation that, and I think when Nyakondo was making his presentation, he also alluded to that sometimes it takes very long to get to that financial clause. What is the problem? Because I think this is one of the things that will speak directly into the question of efficiency and effectiveness.
What I could say on that is the negotiation. You see, we are dealing with different interests. There is the contractor, there is the government, there is subcontractors, there is financial, and so on. So there are different interests that come on the table. And within this process of negotiation, I think that's where the time actually escalates. And then we are not able to really get into a decision on how to go about it. But as I was saying, the act that we actually approved very recently of 2021, I don't know when that discussion was occurring, it has really softened some of the decisions, making them be part, the act being part of the process. It creates the process which is more forthright. As what you are saying is correct, because the University of Nairobi has always wanted to put up a hostel for students. And we have had different interested parties who have actually come to initiate those PPPs. But finally, it could not take place after the documents were forwarded to the Treasury, because the government is the one that guarantees most of the PPPs, because of certain aspects that the government, the old act had put in place that the partners have to fulfill. So they easily withdrew because they felt some of the clauses that were in the old act were not tenable, especially when it comes to the risks that the partner was supposed to take.
Dr. Is there anything that can be done to make this process faster, to improve the efficiency? I know 2021 version has already brought on board some improvements. Your thoughts?
Due diligence at all stages of the process, that is what can bring in an improvement to this whole thing. Everybody understanding their roles so that areas which overlap are eliminated, clear delineation of roles and expectations up front. If these are presented by the various stakeholders in each of these PPPs, then moving on to signing will become a faster process. Having had Engineer Nyakondo talking about a 5-year delay in a particular project in this regard, it becomes too long and people can give up and move out the way the professor here is saying.
Priorities could change.
Priorities could change, or another country, you know, may be more conducive with more, with faster processes of setting up, you know, the contract eventually. So I think a clear planning upfront, delineation of roles, duties, due diligence on the part of all the stakeholders, that will be key in bringing people to the table much faster. Thank you.
Engineer Shama, key challenges that face local contractors or local parties in participating in PPP?
I think one of the challenge, when you're running a hospital, you can be a church organization. But for you to run that hospital, you really have, you must engage a nurse, a doctor, lab technologies, etc. I think everyone can also own a law firm. But for your law firm to go to the court and defend anyone, you must have a lawyer employed and all that. The contractors we have, their profile, and I am talking to the authority that regulates them. Who are the people running the farms? Are they knowledgeable? Do they understand these things? I mean, or are we in construction business, as President Kibaki used to call it, quick money? Are we in there for quick money? Are we there for the long? Is it a profession we have to defend, we have to work at? And so I think there's a capacity issue, the question of, do they have capacity? Do they have technical experts to understand the nitty-gritties of this kind of contracts? Or they are in there to get in for quick money and run away. They get the first IPC paid and they run away to Mexico to retreat there. They don't care whether the project is going to be completed because they have got the money and run away there. So I think the question of capacity of the local contractors becomes key. And I've been a lobbyist. NCA register contractors where technical people are running the show. Then that way, they have professional responsibility whenever they are doing the construction work. That way, they now convert the business of construction into a trade and not just to make money. Then they are investing in business development. They are becoming more creative to think about, I need to get into PPP contracts to get my business growing. I saw a very brilliant idea from the government, and this I must applaud them, of affordable housing thing, of having the engineer come, financier come, contractor come, and all that, and the professionals to come together. The same PPP concept, which will force people to be more disciplined and all that. But if you have a contractor who has no capacity technically to understand, to figure out the technicalities of PPP, you definitely will run away from that. And then we will just leave this to foreign firms coming in. And my point is, we need to have contractors run by technical people, run by competent people who can understand the legal frameworks that are involved in PPP. Then we can now talk about them having the capacity to be able to get into this space that is a PPP, and it's going to be big as we go forward. And I'll give you an illustration. Dangote just did a 3.8 trillion refinery in Nigeria, something that a state may be unable to do. When you talk of Elon Musk, for example, he can finance budget for this country 3.6 trillion for 7 years. So there's money in the private sector. But you have to understand the technicalities, the intricacies of these PPPs, and the contractors need to retain personnel who can understand this so that they can venture into the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. It's said that all that glitters is not gold. What are some of the pitfalls of PPPs?
The pitfalls are various. I think, first of all, the political environment in which we operate, that is very fragile, and the risks which are associated with it. For instance, here we know the election cycle and the attendant challenges that comes with it. Everything comes to a standstill for a certain period of time, and colossal amounts of money are lost. People are not sure, you know, whether to actually engage or to keep the ideas on hold and whatever proposals they have. So that political aspect is a major one. Then there's the whole issue of these PPPs, the duration that they come up with. That long-term duration, the longevity of some of these farms, they are here today, tomorrow they are gone, yeah? So you need to be very grounded, and that is why I was very interested in this research when I heard that they engaged the NCA1 contractors. Those ones, you assume that since they are at the pinnacle of their trade, that they'll be around for a long time, and therefore they can be able to transfer some of these projects, and then there's their succession plans in place. So this is the other thing. If a lesser classified contractor were to participate in these PPPs at whatever level, maybe even as a subcontractor, then this issue of longevity, comes in and the attendant challenges. So that is the other thing. Then yes, PPPs are good. One wonders whether this technology transfer, which we are talking about, actually is taking place, the skills transfer. Because of the nature of the firms which are coming in, they have expertise which they come. But since then they don't engage, the local firms, we realize these projects, but then there is no transfer. So the dependency that Professor Ali Mazrui used to talk about just continues, We keep depending on them. So when is it that these firms which would have been given an opportunity to participate in these PPPs can now step forward after participating in several and seek access to finance, which is one of the challenges, and then run the show so that we have Kenyans, built by Kenyans on Kenyan soil. That's the sort of thing that we are looking for. If you also look at it, these PPPs, whenever they've happened, you wonder, there seems to be countries with contractors which are sort of, they have, I don't want to call them the blue-eyed guys, but depending upon government policy, we saw during President Kibaki's time, he looked east. Now with this Kenya Kwanza government, we personally haven't seen where they're looking, but it is alleged that they're looking west. Yeah, so those are the kind of challenges, when there is the politics of the time favor a certain region, So these are some of the challenges that I see. But hopefully with this act that has come into place, 2021, and with more firms, being roped in, and this kind of research being disseminated in forums such as this. And it is actually my hope that the opportunities which are arising from this on training, on publications and such, they actually get to reach these NCA1 contractors, because if you are not aware of what is happening, how can you then partake or take part in it? Yeah, so the issue of expertise has been brought about by the engineer who is really at the helm of these firms. So it's okay, you can mobilize capital and so on, but then engage professionals in there so that these opportunities do not pass you by. Some of them have said outright that they don't even see themselves participating in these PPPs in the near future, and that is a severe setback. They should see these PPPs as an opportunity, to be able to entrench themselves and, claim their space rightfully in order to engage well in their trade. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope after 25, 30 years of running the expressway, we will not be depending on a foreigner to open and close the gates and plant flowers and do maintenance. I want to pick 2 questions from the plenary. Anybody who has a question, this is your chance. Daktari, I've seen your hand first. Someone get a microphone to Daktari. Dr. Victoria. I need some help with the microphones, please. And yeah, thank you. Daktari, you begin with Dr. Victoria over there, then we'll come back to my senior here. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Victoria Okumu from Multimedia University of Kenya, a civil engineer. Now, I have a question on technology transfer. I think it was alluded by Engineer Nyakondo and also Daktari there in the panel. Is technology transfer really taking place? And when we talk about 30% local content, my question is actually to NCA. Is it possible that we distribute this 30% to all the cadres of the human resource that we have in a project, such that we say if we're involving engineers in this project, then 30% of the engineers involved in this project should be the local engineers. If you're talking about the material supply and things like that, is it possible that 30% is actually coming from Kenya, so that we don't say that it is 30% local content?
History with NCA, and it seemed to have been asked to NCA. But before he responds, we go to Engineer Goro.
I'm looking at what we are calling the building industry. We are calling building. What is this we are calling building? Why do we talk about building and start talking about PPP before we talk about the child that is born? For building to start, you need to know what is to be built. What is to be built is designed by those who know how to design. If we respected the designers who are going to advise the end user, and these are the designers who know the contractors, the implementers well, or reverse it, look at it in the hospital. Does the nurse tell the doctor what to do? But that's what we are tending to go and do. A proper architect should be able to play his role properly. A proper civil engineer should be able to play his role properly. Let's look at a roads engineer. A proper roads engineer should have done his research properly, his data, what goods are being transported, everything, before they come and decide where the road is going to be put, because he knows everything about it. But we start by starting to say where the road is going to be done, where it is going to be put, because of maybe our hip pockets. So we are disrespecting professionalism. Why are we not observing what professionals should do instead of going to concentrate on how it is going to be done?
Thank you.
Yes, NCA, look at the legal arms in the laws of Kenya. We have borax. We have engineers board. We have the planning board. NCA should be looking at those three guys and the people they have registered, so that we can come and tame their baby, the contractor. Please address us properly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And that question will be addressed by Professor next to me, the role of the professionals. Are they doing their job? Are they sleeping on the job? Thank you,
Okay.
Prof. You can
Thank you for the chance. I think the question that has been asked by Dr. Victoria from media is very relevant. And what we know is that when we are signing the contracts with different partners or different parties in the PPP, it is a contractual, there's a contractual clause of ensuring that that local content and technological transfer is actually complied with. When actually they are presenting their methodological approach to the project, it is actually stated in a very expressive way which materials would you be getting from the local environment, what type of labor you'll be getting from the local environment. What probably might be now is enforcement when it comes actually to implementation of the project, that did somebody do audit to ensure that the technological transfer happened, the local content happened, and so on. I think that's where now the issues comes up, whether actually it happened. And I think from what one of my colleagues have said, while here the contract says that percent content is local, when they went out there, they found the local actually are people of Ruakada. They were not distributed through the ranks of the professional practice. So I think what we need is when the project starts, we ensure we do audits and we do monitoring that actually the distribution of different inputs from the local are ensured. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, you can take the floor on the question of the role of the professional.
Thank you. Normally, when we talk about professional, people just think of the engineers, the architect, and all that. But we are also talking about professional contractors, you know, the professional construction companies. So that when you talk about developing the industry, you develop both the contractors as well as those individual consultants. And this can be done. I could give you the example of the 2010 World Cup, for instance, South Africa, where now they were really doing value-based engineering. That one site of construction where a stadium is being constructed, they were able to document who's been doing the masonry, who's been doing the wiring, and actually give them certificates that would be recognized as prior learning, and that these people will be in business for a long time. What engineer said there, when you look at this industry, like the auto industry now in Japan, whether it's Toyota, whether it's Nissan, 60 years ago they were making horrible cars. Hyundai, nobody would touch them. Today, Hyundai is a leading ship builder. But the government was able to work with them, and these are guys who had a long-term investment in the industry. They were not politicians who just got a contract to build a road today and tomorrow is not there. So if you have a contractor who's there for the long term, then the so-called learning by doing. Today, we call Honda, for instance, the Mercedes of Japan. But these are guys who started by just making shock absorbers, but they're able to learn individually. The same with construction. If we can build our contractors like, and that is the role of NCA properly now, and I think they are doing it, they're starting to do that. Let's develop contractors who are also professionals in the construction sector that have got a longer term view. That's not about how quickly can we do this. And indeed, government work is always frustrating. The Thika Highway was a 1975 project. You know, it was only built the other day. So I cannot say this enough. The art of the long-term view is extremely important, both for professionals, whether professional contractors or professional consultants.
Thank you. NCA, you've heard that. You have a job to do to ensure that you have professional contractors, get out mamamboga and herdsmen, and ensure that the people who have the job to do, and also engage the architects and the engineers and the quantity surveyors, let them do their job so that we have someone we can hang their neck when things go wrong. I know I was to run this session until 11. It's now 11:03, and I would wish to request the moderator to allow me to take closing statements from my panelists. I would probably want to give each one of them a minute or two. Is that okay? Then we can come to a close, starting again from the far right, Engineer Sharma. You can give us your closing remarks and sentiments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think my parting shot would be really the need for all of us in the sector to just bring discipline in project implementation. We have the advantages of PPPs and their disadvantages, but the myriad problems that we have in the construction industry just call us to be disciplined and be mindful of the entire supply chain. For example, if we do a billing, the beneficiaries are several. We have all the way to painter, plumber, carpenter, electrician. They all benefit. And when we organize the industry well, every one of us benefits. The industry is capable to grow to accommodate as many of us. But now when we get the reputation of lack of professionalism, we cannot finish our projects on time, we are not intent of delivering quality, then the industry becomes sick and it is not getting the value that we should get. It is my prayer and hope that in the next few years, we have the capacity to do all that needs to develop this country. And this is not difficult. I can guarantee you we have legal framework. I have delved significantly on the Public Finance and Disposal Act. I've published articles on it. And that article, that instrument is good, it is watertight. There is space for 40% local content. There is space for even monitoring whether that is being achieved through Parliament and the institutions that we have. But we do it questionable. So in that kind of patriotism where we do, just when you are a designer and you're planning for the contract framework, inbuilt in that contract framework, opportunities for young engineers, opportunities for young architects, opportunities for young QSs, for internship, for training, inbuilt it in those sums, that those preliminaries, that you can train, that you can continue to grow our local capacity. And then we are going to make sure that our industry is actually renewing itself every so often. Every so often, 5 years, we're renewing yourself and we're investing in the future of the industry.
Thank you.
And from where I sit, it is very optimistic for the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kwaro. Parting shot.
Yes, thanks a lot. So what I would say is that for PPP to succeed, the government policies should create ease of doing business. I think that's very important. It's something they have started and something that should continue. The next thing that I feel is very important is that the players should have a lot of integrity on board. Things should be done on board. There should be a lot of transparency in trying to transact in this business of procurement, of inspection. Anything that happens in the activities of PPP should be transparent. Everybody should know. We should not be left asking what this percentage, where did it go? Or 5% of financial, where did it go? And there will be a loss. And finally, I think as Kenyans, since we have a problem of financing our development project, I think we should create a lot of incentive to the players so that people now becomes enjoined in the PPPs. So I think we really need to the government needs to create attraction for more contractors to come on board in trying to be part of the PPE projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ralwala.
I must thank NCA for this study. I had the privilege of looking at the entire study, going through it. It was very rigorous and sound, and it is also sensible and timely. Moreover, it is actionable. The proposals can be acted upon right away. We live in hard economic times. That is a reality for all of us. We need better accountability. We need to curb wastage. Above all, what I enjoyed about this study and its findings was that it is aligned with the current government policy on affordable housing, infrastructure provision, and so on. So, unlike some of the research that we do at the universities, and we are accused of our research gathering dust in shelves, I hope this is not one which is going to be subject to that sort of thing. I look forward to a more vibrant NCA out there, taking this further, training these NCA contractors, ensuring that they onboard, professionals who can understand this, because this PPP, if many of them, I think it was around 26% or so, do not see the benefit of taking part in it, it is a case of wasted opportunity or lost opportunity. So I see a lot of opportunity for business expansion, for growth, for collaboration and interaction of various stakeholders in the construction industry. I can only say the future is bright. These PPPs are the way to go whether we like it or not. So contractors should get that message clear and they should fit in, because once again, fortune favors the prepared. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Professor, finally.
Yeah, I would also continue on the same vein that NCA, really kudos to yourselves, and the fact that you are going on applied research. I wish that coming from a technical university that you'll be collaborating more and more with technical universities. The nice thing about Kenya is that our universities are classified in just 4 areas. So we have technical universities, you have other universities, and there's a reason why a university should be technical, and they do things like this so that we leave basic research to the Omenyas. But having said that, the other main thing is that quality is key, and we must believe in ourselves. We tend to always just look at the negative things. Going back to, again, the example of the 2010 World Cup, nobody gave South Africa a chance to actually deliver on construction of the stadium and all that. But they did, and they did amazing things. You'd get a stadium being built in Port Elizabeth and the roof being constructed in Dubai, and still it was finished on time compared with what happened in Barcelona or Spain, where they were actually still fixing seats as the games were going on. So we have it within ourselves. It needs to be regulated so that the same buildings, as I was saying yesterday, that we are seeing now in Ruaka, we are seeing Dagoretti Corner being constructed by the Chinese and making them look so much better, could actually be in Eastlands, could actually be in Lakisama. And often it's the finishes, it's the professionalism of the contractor itself. Right now, if you walk in rural areas, some elite Kenyans are now able to ask those Chinese road constructors to build for them houses. And they build much better houses than what you often see when you go home. You find somebody has done some form work and then it is filled with cement bags. You know, then if you ask them, say, tutalainisha too. We don't want that kulainisha badai. The quality can be with us. And I think that's my parting shot.
Thank you so much, my great bench of panelists, for sharing your knowledge and information with the plenary. And I also wish to thank the plenary for taking time to listen in, to participate, to ask questions. To this point, please allow me to hand back the program to Paul, and let's keep discussing about these issues. Let's build the country. I'm happy that the entire session had very good words for the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think I think the call is clear to the professionals. AAK, ISK, IEK, the planners, and all the professionals that there are in the construction industry to take the leading role. Once they have taken the leading role, because they're supposed to be at the front, then the rest should be able to follow and ensure delivery of good construction projects in the country. Planning has been emphasized here. And planning is a word that is important. And more so, long-term planning. Planning is one thing, and adhering to the plans is a different thing. So when you talk about planning, it includes the element of adherence to the plans. Very important, and the concomitant that go into planning must be done well. And once they have been done well, and we adhere to those plans, then we are able to deliver projects that can rival any other globally. I think that's a message that's coming very clearly, and also the element of transparency. Transparency and accountability in project execution comes out very strongly, and not that you put things under the table so that parties cannot be able to access that data or information. Very important in project execution, and once we improve in those areas, then the delivery of our projects is going to be more efficient, it's going to meet the objectives for why they were started in the first place, therefore bringing about a turnaround in projects execution and completion on time, and having its fair share of contribution to the economic growth and development of our country. So this is a study that needs to be pushed forward so that all the stakeholders get to know the importance of the elements that have been discussed here today, so that we are able to deliver our projects appropriately. So now, next on the program is a presentation that is going to be made by Christopher Kahoya. Kahoya works with the National Construction Authority and has participated in this particular project, the role of socio-economic factors on performance of rural road construction projects in Kenya. So without wasting more time, I want to ask Bwana Kahoya to take the stage and make that presentation. Thank you very much. Tumpigie makofi kumkaribisha. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Christopher Kahoya, Assistant Manager, Research and Business Development, the National Construction Authority. I'm privileged at least to present this research output on behalf of our team. We usually have research teams in the NCA, so I'm presenting on behalf of the NCA research team, but we also now got support from the academia in at least coming up with this research. So I'll just delve in it. Now, there is the role of the socio-economic factors on performance of rural road construction projects in Kenya. So the outline of my presentation will start with the introduction. I look at the problem statement, the aim and objectives, the research methodology, the literature review, results and findings, conclusion, and recommendations. So on the aspect of the problem statement here, okay, despite the government efforts in enhancing the rural road networks, the industry still faces various challenges which affect the performance of these projects, including delays in completion, the cost overruns, and the poor quality on that. So the aspect of the roads is very critical for the economic development of any country. So we have the legal framework, legal and institutional framework on the execution of the road works, which is divided between the national government and the county government. Under the national government, we have 3 agencies. We have an agency, Kenya National Highways, dealing with highways, Kenya Urban Roads Authority of Urban Roads, and then we also have Kenya Rural Roads, which deals with now the rural roads, which is subject of a matter we are discussing today. So the challenges affecting the performance of the road construction project in rural areas results now and hinders the agricultural productivity of such areas, access to markets, the issue of access to health services, and then the school, the education facility, access to education facilities in those areas becomes a challenge also. So it became necessary that there's need to understand the role of select socioeconomic factors that affecting contractors undertaking such projects in these regions to avoid such a problems, because it's very critical, as mentioned earlier in the earlier discussion of this morning, that any delay should not be accepted in any public project, which is very critical for the national development. So the aim of this study was to determine the role of selected socioeconomic factors on the performance of rural road projects in the country. So the specific objective, we are looking at the number 1, we are looking at the gender aspects, the gender dimension. And here it's broad because it also includes the issue of the youth, the age, and also the people who are, not people who are disabled, but people with differently enabled. So number 2, we are looking at the issue of the financing aspects of these projects. And the last one is the organizational dimension in the rural road construction project. So on the aspect of the introduction also is that our mandate as the authority is the aspect of regulatory, where we register and regulate the work of contractors and accredit skilled workers in the construction industry. The aspect of capacity building, we train, and also where there are opportunities, we try to create these opportunities and link our contractors with those opportunities. The third is the advisory, where we have also this aspect of now research. We carry out research at least to inform policy changes and to improve on implementation of public projects, and also within the space of the construction industry, where our mandate falls. So the sector, when we come to look at construction, is wide. We have buildings, we have roads, we have dams, and our mandate encompasses all that. So under this now, we are looking at specifically the road sector on that. So the Kenya government is very committed in this aspect, both the national and the county level, investing very heavily in the rural roads because it's very important. So all categories of roads are very important to any region, whether Maram roads, whether we tarmac, all that, the highways, the super highways, all that, they are very important for the economic development of the country as a whole. And more specifically is the issue of the potential of the rural areas. In many rural areas, the potential, they cannot realize their potential because of the issue of transport, because of the poor road network in such areas. So the methodology of this research, we employed a cross-sectional research design, which involved collection and analysis of data drawn from a population at specific point in time. So the sampling frame, also maybe I need to mention this project was finalized in the last financial year, 2021-2022. So the sampling frame at that time was the ongoing road construction projects from the Kenya Rural Roads Authority database, because we found there's a total of 139 projects which were identified. That was the population. So then the primary data was collected through a semi-structured questionnaire that was physically administered to respondents, consisting of both open and closed-ended questions. So to inform our study, we needed to learn from what already has been done previously, and we were able to look at this concept of the construction project performance. What are the factors that will inform that this project has been completed well? And one aspect which was coming up is the issue is the time. Another aspect is the issue is the quality of the output of that. Does it meet the client satisfaction? Satisfaction is very important, because once you hand over that and it starts being used, the intended beneficiary should be satisfied about that performance. So those are a very critical aspect on that. And now when looking at the literature review, we found out that there are many stakeholders involved in this implementation of especially the road projects. First, we have, of course, the client, which is in most cases the government of Kenya or the county governments. Or now we also have the municipal authorities, the urban areas. So another aspect is the key players is the contractor to deliver that project. We also have the consultants in that project who need to do their work very well to deliver. You also have the skilled workers. You also have an aspect also sometimes if there are financials involved. So there are those key stakeholders who come together. And at the end of it also, it will affect whoever is in the intended beneficiaries and those who are also involved in that. So it's a whole set of a setup. And in this study now, we wanted to look at the socio-economic aspects surrounding such. We did look at the global perspectives, and we looked at various countries, especially in Africa, South America, and also the Asian continent. So we looked at what has been happening there and what has been affecting the delivery of projects in those countries. So we looked at just the global perspective. We looked also at our Kenyan perspective, the national perspective in the delivery of the road projects. So from the literature, we are able to identify the factors in construction around gender, around the finance, and the now organization dimension. So we also borrowed and appreciated some theories, the contingence theory and the convergence theory, just to inform this study. So we also, in the literature, we were able to come up with the conceptual framework. Our dependent variable was the construction project performance, and the key things we are looking at is the cost, the quality, and the time of delivery of that project. So that was the dependent variable, the Y. And then the independent variable, the X, we looked at the gender aspect. And in gender aspect, we looked at the issue of discrimination in recruitment, the equal opportunities to male and female, contribution of the male employees in the project, contribution of the female employees in the projects, contribution by the persons with disabilities, and then contribution of the youth. That is under the gender, the various aspects we were able to look at. So we were able to spread out that in the questionnaire, and we got responses from the respondents. And the second aspect, independent variable, was the financing aspect. We looked at the access to financial resources, project payment certificates, the delays, all that, the financial capacity to purchase, so efficient management of financial resources, then access to credit also. So lastly, the independent variable we looked at is the organization dimension, the aspect of working in the teamwork, the issue of the supervision, the efficient decision-making processes, the appropriate feedback mechanisms, opportunities to gain skills, and very important also the dispute handling procedures. As I earlier mentioned, we have many people who are participating in this project at any one time. So the aspect of handling the disputes, the fastest way in an efficient manner, is very important. So the results and findings. So the response rate was, we targeted the whole population of 139 projects which were on the Kera website, they were able to share. So out of the total of 139 target, we were able to achieve 81, which were according to the officers the statisticians who was in the group, it was satisfactory for us to proceed. So the male was 86%, and then female is 14%. The level of education, so majority, we realized there that majority had diplomas at 24, degrees 38.7, and masters 10.7. Then the rest were below diploma level. So if you look at that, majority then had diplomas and above. So age was almost between the youth and the rest. I think it was fairly almost the same. The youth below 35, it was 42%, and the rest now, 35 and above, 58%. So the duration of the operation, we realized those contractors we chose in that list who responded. 79% of them have been long enough in the construction, 4 years and above. And then below 4 years, we are 21%. So when we went on the ground, we picking information in regard to that, collecting data, we realized that the ongoing projects were 45%, and the completed projects were 35%. The source of project funding, the most responded mentioned about the issue of mixed financing. And then second group, 25% was credit finance. And then those who use their own, the self-reliance, that's 24%. So the results and findings were in two categories. We have the descriptive statistics, where we looked at the relative importance indices. The model for the study denoted there was a significant relationship on aspect of gender and finance. But after the regression, what was realized was that the issue of the organization, the issue of organization dimension, the issue of the decision making, the structure, I think it was not very significant. So calling for a recommendation for further investigation in the aspect of organization dimension in regard to socioeconomic factors. So in conclusion, this study aimed to identify the different socioeconomic factors influencing rural road projects performance. We can comfortably conclude that the select socioeconomic factors, including gender aspects and financing aspects, have an influence on project performance. This is backed by the results from the analysis that indicated 63.6% of the variance in the dependent variable could be explained by the predictor variable. So when we establish those relationships. So this one shows statistics. So there's need for an updated conceptualization on that and operationalization of this factor to better fit the context in future studies. So I'll just quickly go through the recommendations. So there's that need of the government to enhance awareness of contractors' implementation strategies to successfully deliver road construction projects in the country. So there's that also issue of increasing awareness among the stakeholders. As I mentioned, the various stakeholders involved in the implementation of the road projects. So that awareness amongst them is very important to guarantee project success. There's also need further for the government support in road construction projects during implementation and beyond. So the issue of the financing is still a critical challenge because we are able to establish those relationships. So that need for government support is very important in this area. So, and then the government, you're supposed to formulate policies and standards to ensure that qualified and licensed road contractors are awarded contracts to implement road projects. It was mentioned even in the earlier panel that issue of competency, that professionalism in the business of contracting is very important for our country. So, and that I think I've come to a close. Okay, thank you so much.
I think this topic of roads is critical to our country, Kenya, because of the facilitative nature of transporting people, goods to their various destinations. And we have good roads, then time spent in delivery of products, goods, and persons to their various destinations is made much easier, is faster, and therefore saves on a lot of time which otherwise would have been wasted. Rural roads are done by KERA, I believe, Kenya Rural Roads Authority. They're the ones responsible for construction and maintenance of rural roads in Kenya. And I think this is a very good, important topic for our discussants. I will request our discussants now to come to the stage so that we can discuss these rural roads and be able to give recommendations on way forward in which you can make them even better. So our discussants, karibu to the podium. I think our discussants, you know yourselves. Anthony, engineer, Howard, Dr. Shadrach, Professor Alfred, Engineer Patrick, karibuni. I think our moderator, Steve. Okay. Where I come from, that part of Western Kenya, I can see how roads have improved. They're no longer what they used to be. It was a nightmare, especially when it rained. The vehicles will overturn on the roads because of the sliding roads. The vehicles don't want to move from one destination to another because the roads are simply impassable. But today the picture has changed. Since the coming in of the roads agencies, and KERA in particular, because they are the ones we are discussing here, things have changed because whether it rains heavily or not, vehicles can move from one point to another point. And so there is no longer any fear that you will not get to your destination. So that is the work of the roads agencies and KERA in particular, so that now you can see that there's a marked improvement in terms of roads and how they're being maintained and how they are able to facilitate transportation in our country. We believe it can get better than that, and that's why we're discussing the issue of roads. So we're just waiting for our moderator to come. Mulondo, you have some news for us?
Yes, good morning. She's on her way. Sorry, she was just starting another meeting. Yes.
Thank you. There she is. Her name is Architect Florence Nyole, President of the AAK. So, Madam, welcome. These are our discussants. you will take over from here so that now we are able to move the discussion forward. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Asante, and my sincere apologies. We were opening another online session, and I just finished my comments, or rather my opening remarks. Good morning, or rather good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Florence Nyole, as you've heard, President of the Architectural Association of Kenya. I'm an architect and an environmental designer, and at AK, we are not only architects, we are architects, engineers, planners, quantity surveyors, and those are the regulated professions. Then we have emerging professions, environmental designers, we have landscape architects, we have construction project managers, and interior designers. So when I sit here, I'm not just representing architects, I represent quite 8 professions in the built environment. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be part of the conversation in terms of this conversation around social economic factors affecting rural road construction. I'll take this opportunity to allow my panelists to introduce themselves so that we're able to know who is in the room and what it is that they do. Thank you. I'll start from my immediate right.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Kondo. I'm here representing ROSECA. As you may know, ROSECA is an association that represents Kenyan citizen contractors advocating for issues related to road construction. ROSECA has been in existence for a while, and since then we have seen it organize itself in such a way as to harmonize matters construction and represent contractors to the government. I know that some of you may not be members of ROSECA, so at the very beginning I would like to invite you to consider joining ROSECA so that we can together as contractors represent our issues to the government. I also represent NECO Construction Company, which is where I'm a director. And previously, I also have experience in the oil industry, but that's not relevant now. So I think for purposes of introduction, I'll stop there, and then we'll have discuss other issues later. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Alfred Omenya, and I think it is important that the constituencies I belong to are properly recognized. My chairman in the College of Fellows of the Architectural Association of Kenya, Engineer Goro, is in the house. My president is moderating, so I must be of very good behavior. And and that session the president was opening, the Urban Thinkers Campus, I'm also meant to be there. So we multitask for the sake of this country. Yes, so I'm an architect, and I think you may be wondering why I'm in this panel in the first instance. I tell people that architecture normally ends at undergraduate. Once we train you and you're registered, you can do everything. So my training after that took me to other places with Professor Biruka here. We were sharing, we were living in the same house in Johannesburg. Yes, where I was studying more sustainable human settlement related issues, and a lot of software issues. In fact, just to prove that I'm properly published, between me and Professor Miruka, we have 3 papers relating to economic development, issues and so on. And of course, Professor Ralwala was my colleague at the University of Nairobi. Yeah, so I dab a bit in academics, but I'm largely a practitioner. I do run a real farm called EcoBuild Africa. Yeah, so when I make noises that I'm a taxpayer, is true. In fact, today morning I advertised 2 jobs. So we are building the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Engineer Howard. I'm a licensed engineer by the Engineers Board of Kenya, a member of the Institution of Engineers, and also a member of the Architectural Association. I join Professor Omenya in being very disciplined because our president is moderating this session. Apart from doing civil engineering, I also do contracts and dispute resolution, focusing on contractual dispute, and I'm happy at resolving disputes in the construction industry. I work in the road sector. I work for the Kenya National Highways Authority as an assistant director research, innovation, and knowledge management. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Shadrach Mutungi, a lecturer JKUAT in the Department of Construction and Management. We teach construction management students, real estate and quantity surveying. I'm also a contractor, medium scale, small scale, medium scale. I'm also a contractor registered with NCA for building and road works. So what we are also discussing here is a bit relevant to me, not just as an academician, but also as a practitioner out there. By profession, I'm a construction project management, all in construction management throughout, from undergrad to PhD. Thanks.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Engineer Okere Makoha, Director in charge of Compliance and Enforcement at the Engineers Board of Kenya. I'm here representing the Registrar and CEO of the board, Engineer Margaret Ogai, and I'd like to first register my apologies. I was supposed to be here yesterday. Unfortunately, we were caught up with the collapse in Moranga and had to rush there to be with the team. But I'm glad I was given a chance to be in this very distinguished panelists, and we look forward to a very, very fruitful discussion. And we thank also NCA and congratulate you for this very, very important forum. We always work together with the authority, and we look forward to this continued collaboration. It's only when we come out of our silos and work together is when we're able to add value in terms of the social economic development of our country. Probably for the sake of the delegates who may not have known about the board, Engineers Board of Kenya, is a statutory body established under the Engineers Act of 2011, whose mandate is involved in the entire value chain of engineering, education, training and practice. So we register all the engineers and make sure that they're able to practice with competence at both locally and as well as globally. So we work together with the industry, and we look forward to a very, very enriching discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to my panelists for introducing yourselves, and I really appreciate that we have a vast or a diverse group of panelists from academicians, architects, engineers, project managers, and so on and so forth, and I believe we'll be getting a lot of insights from their conversation. I think I want to start with you, engineer, and you can take us through. What is your general overview of the possible effects of socio-economic factors on performance of rural road construction projects in Kenya?
Thank you. Now, the importance of roads to the livelihood of people cannot be underestimated. Many years ago, it was very difficult for even people to relate to each other, because traveling from one part of the country to another was a complete nightmare, to the extent that you have to plan your day well in advance, or many, many days in what you do, and it took a lot of time. But as the country has opened up, it has eased a lot of things. People can relate easily, people can visit each other more easily. It is much easier to carry out economic activities like trade. I remember that before opening up of the road network in Kenya, you find that communities were restricted amongst themselves. Diversity was restricted. But since this opening up started, you can see that there is much more integration. So I must say that socio-economically, people are much more integrated than they were in the beginning. When you look at the growth of the economy itself is because of trade. And I must say that there are areas such as northeastern Kenya, which were basically not part of what was going on in the country. Some of you may recall that when you had conversations with people from northeastern Kenya, for example, they may have to ask you, how is Kenya doing? not so anymore, because that has opened up. So socially, people are more interacted, are more interactive, they feel like part of the community, and I think it's creating national cohesion much more than it did in the past. As well, many people who live in different parts of Kenya now feel more together, because if you travel, if you interact with each other, I think that you establish this a nationality as people who belong together. So to me, the development of roads has greatly influenced how the Kenyan nation relates to each other and how we see one another as one country. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. Before you go off, has it improved the social aspects when it comes to economy in terms of connectivity?
I absolutely, it has. Although, if you look at but we can do much more. Why do I say we can do much more? Because many times there's the development of infrastructure is done in such a way that you have projects being put up and then in a short time they are collapsing again. So that gains you get, again you lose them. And this goes into the aspects of how we manage construction projects. And I'm looking at, many of you, where you come from, you may have seen a culvert, a box culvert constructed somewhere, and then after a short time, it collapses. So the gains which you had made, you find that you lose them again. And why does this happen? This happens because of, in my view, the involvement of non-professionals in developing infrastructure. You find that especially in the counties, the politicians want to be involved in design of projects and implementation, but they have no idea what they are doing. So sometimes you find that the socioeconomic impact is there on a short term, then after that it's lost, and then it has to cost more money to reestablish it. So in my view, we should keep the development of the road network within the professionals that are trained to do so. Let the engineers do their work, and let competent contractors do their work, so that the gains that are made are not lost at the end.
All right, thank you very much. I wish to move to, and I'll come back to you on another question. I wish to move to Prof. The question I have for you is an issue around the gender aspects. We know that connectivity, roads, access to certain issues or certain areas like water, the marketplace, and so on and so forth. So are gender aspects or dimensions critical in the performance of rural road construction projects in Kenya? Karibu, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. It's a pity that you chose this particular one, but of course, but I think I'm still the right person, because there's always the tendency to think that gender is women. Yeah, but definitely, I think this is interesting, and Kara and team, I think this is quite exciting study, as it actually were. In this sense, I think for government, we always have this idea that you know, that the youth and the women, because of the mainstream conversation that we have, they're not involved in these processes, and yet everywhere I go, that is the demographic I find. So first, I mean, for me, demystifying this becomes very important, because now we are talking about job creation for youth, for example, or job creation for women, and some of these sectors are not thought of as sectors where there's already, in fact, significant presence of those particular demographics, and where it can actually be deepened. Of course, the broader impact on this, definitely, I mean, I think there are more elaborate studies really in terms of how this sort of infrastructure affects the different genders differently. We know largely that rural economies largely depend mainly on women actually, and whether you're looking at fetching water, whether you're looking at you know, fetching firewood, whether you're looking at you know, going to the local market to grind your maize and so on. it is those genders are affected quite differently, and definitely in infrastructure of this nature then does actually contribute to quality of life of women, of young people, of men, but definitely I think this impacts the women's multiple roles in the family quite significantly. They can be able to multitask better, you know, taking care of children, but at the same time, you know, getting into economic activities, moving left and right, as it actually were. But the point, an additional point I want to add onto this is really about, largely still about our rural development and the role of roads generally within those areas and the road of planning. I think one of the and I've worked on this actually even with government on and off. I normally have an on and off relationship with government, sometimes good, sometimes not. But I got involved quite intensely in the office of the president during COVID, and we're looking at exactly what KERA is doing and where those roads go. And in this particular instance, we're keen on rural areas, but we're also keen on urban informal areas. And I think one of the things that is really lacking in this country is rural planning and rural development, and how those particular settlements, you know, can actually be better served with this type of infrastructure that is being studied. And I think as NCA continues looking at some of the different aspects of this, that would be a very interesting nexus to explore. I think the other one is actually also related, and is my comment to NCA. The link between the finance and the gender. Yeah, because for now, of course, those variables are looked differently. I'll be quite curious as a researcher to find out whether, you know, whether young contractors or female contractors and so on have different challenges from, you know, from the mainstream male sort of you know, run companies, and if so, you know, what are these and how can they be overcome? But definitely the infrastructure itself definitely has to be gendered, has to be looked at from the perspective of the different genders. And then, of course, what NCA is doing in terms of participation in production of that particular infrastructure, we have to look at that from a gender perspective. And I think the future we're getting into is a future where really men cannot control it. Incidentally, a part of the problem in the rural areas, which in fact I would be happy also to understand, one of my problems and anecdotes, when I go to rural areas, men have become very weak. They take changa and they just, you know, hang around. I don't know whether this is reflected in the demographics that is working on these particular projects. In my village, I have that problem. It is women who work. They're the ones who go to the shamba. They're the ones who go to the man, even if you wanted him to do for you anything you want, the fellows can be blown away by wind. They don't even take bangi. They're not strong enough to take bangi. They just take changa, and the sniff of changa, they're already drunk. Yeah, so it'll be pretty interesting to see how that particular demographic in the construction sites themselves, you know, look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for always bringing, you know, that angle in terms of what's happening in the rural areas. One of the very interesting things from the rural areas that I come from, and my mom actually complains about it, is that because they're now able to own motorbikes and move around, they're never at home, ever. Yes. They're never at home. So that's what they're doing. And I agree with you that maybe there is some effect in terms of you know, this disparity. Women have seen it as an opportunity. Men have also seen it as an opportunity, but in a different lens. I'll come to you, Engineer Howard, and you've just come from moderating a session on PPP, so I'm going to ask you about finance. Yes. Is there any relationship between access to financing aspects and the performance of rural road construction projects in Kenya?
Yes, there is. It is said that finance is a lifeline of any project. Actually, it's put differently, that cash flow is a lifeline of any project. Because unlike other professions, when you go to hospital, you are told to pay first and then come and get treated. Sometimes you don't even know whether the treatment will work or not. In construction, it's different. You do the job first, and then you come and ask for the money. So because of that, as a contractor, somebody who is going into the construction business, you must be having some money in your pocket. And if you don't have that money in your pocket, you might need to have access to that money. When I say access, I mean sometimes you might have access either as credit, where you are looking for lending institutions, or for friends, or perhaps you could be having access to money through inheritance, where you belong to rich parents, or collecting money from your friends, or if you are a pastor, getting offerings in church. But ultimately, for you to succeed in construction, you must be able to have money. And whenever we are discussing about issues of money in construction, I think what comes to my mind is that when we begin looking at like the issues that my two colleagues have highlighted, the issues of gender mainstreaming and disability, as well as age or youth, one of the big challenges to them is usually a low level of creditworthiness. But this problem has also morphed to affect every other person, especially when a government borrows so much, like the situation in which we are, and especially if a government borrows internally, then it means that there is reduced access to liquidity. Even the lending institutions who have stashed their money or who have lent their money to the government, they will tend to have less liquidity to lend to private citizens. I think when the economy turned around in 2003, when President Kibaki was president, one of the things that he did was to reduce domestic borrowing and then allow money to be so much inside the banks. And it was the first time that we saw the phenomenon of banks hawking loans. Because there before, and I know many faces are here, when they look at me, they respond positively. You used to be charged even to open an account. And you'll be asked to deposit 10,000 shillings to prove that you are worth, relating with the bank. But when the government reduced domestic borrowing, the banks had so much money that they had nowhere to take to, and they had to literally go looking for people and hawking loans on the streets. Some could walk into your office asking you, do you want to borrow some money? And that phenomenon continued for a long time, but that enabled people to have access to credit and have some finances, and therefore people could venture into different businesses. But for construction, for you to be able to raise a payment certificate for the next payment to enable you to continue running the business, paying your suppliers, paying your subcontractors, and what have you, you need cash with you. Some of the contracts that we craft for construction of roads, because in the rural roads we have those contracts under the road maintenance levy where the money is in the bank. Once you put in a certificate, you get your payment in 3 days, 1 week, or that. We have other projects which are financed by a vote called GOK Development Vote, which is, I usually say, ni pesa hewa. The money is not there. So you put in your certificate and you wait for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 6 months. If you did not have access to finances, you could close shop. And I know Raseka is looking at me. He knows a number of his members probably have been auctioned because of waiting for payment. If you do not have the money, then you're not in business.
Thank you, Engineer Howard. Yeah, that really, relates to what he's saying, that projects are started, then they either stall or actually collapse in terms of either poor quality or maybe sometimes the contractor is actually sabotaging the project at the end of the day. And I think there's a role different organizations can play in that. Please just highlight who would then be in charge of ensuring that any rural road that actually gets completed and is looked at in terms of quality.
I would look at it as a whole system, because it might not be a specific person. For instance, I've mentioned 2 models of contracts that happen in a rural. The money, and then we find their priorities. Maybe that money needs to be used to pay a loan, or that money needs to be used in health. Perhaps, and this will be a very political, it is something that needs a political solution. How a government can decide that we will only be collecting money this year and then next year we commit them to projects. Perhaps that could be the only way to enable us to, whenever we are contracting out a job, we know that the money is available to pay.
One good thing about it is that if you contract with money in the bank, then you are able to pay in time, you are able to sustain a good cash flow, and you also avoid a lot of losses which go into, say, interest and other troubles, because once you begin dealing with penalties and interests on delayed payments, you begin spending money. For financiers, they usually tell you that is inadmissible expense, because it doesn't go toward putting a block or a brick on top of what you are constructing. It just goes toward paying other penalties. And I wanted to say government has a bigger role. But government, remember, has two functions. Someone said there is the political side of a government, and then there is the economic side. If you try to manage the economic side alone and lose the political, you remember you are only in power because you're a politician. If you cannot handle the politics and you lose the power, then you will even not have the chance to deal with economics. I think the aspect of GOK development vote comes into play so that politics can also be managed, so that power can remain in the hands and to enable somebody to try and address economic issues. So it's a delicate balance, and it's something that requires a lot of collaborative thinking so that a solution can be found. But principally, if something could be done to ensure that money is in the pocket first before it is committed to a project, that would be very helpful.
Thank you for that, and I think it's something that maybe needs to be pushed forward, because quite a number of people do engage in projects and they never get paid, and it's becoming now like a continuous struggle or continuous effort to actually get paid. I wish to move to Dr. Shadrack. He did not say that he's a doctor. In the construction project management side of things, my question to you regards organizational structures. And working as a construction project manager, do organizational dimensions have any effect on the performance of rural road construction projects in Kenya? Karibu.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know the study that Kaoya presented in the findings, he did say that when they did the regression, they found that organizational dimensions didn't have a significant relationship on the performance. But I want to look at it in a different way. Organizational aspects cut across, even in the issue of gender and also in the issue of finance, which are the other two variables which they talked about as having a significant influence on the performance of road projects. I want to look at it this way, because when you talk of issues of teamwork, issues of productivity and such, they cut across. For example, if you're looking at a road which is being run by a contractor who is a woman, for example, you find that if you look at the performance of the project, and that has already been proven statistically, that there is no difference between a project which is being run by, let's say, a woman contractor and a youth contractor, and a male contractor or a contractor who is living with a disability. So the issue is important in that aspect, in as much as the results might tell us otherwise, but I feel that organizational dimensions play a key role. Because when you look at the issue of teamwork, when you look at the ability of the contractor to do mobilization and the kind of, because most of the road projects which occur in the rural areas, you find that the contractor needs a lot of capital to begin with. The mobilization part is what actually is a defining moment for whether that project will be successful. Because like Engineer Howard has stated, sometimes, for example, if it is a county project, because these projects are either funded by the counties or the other funded by KERA. The good thing with KERA is that most of the times the money is with them by the time they give you the letter of award. But with the counties, it's a bit different. They are making plans for money which is about to come, and sometimes that money delays. We've had issues of the national government delaying that capitation to the counties, and because of that, you find that the contractor, if he is not well organized in terms of making arrangements to ensure that he has adequate resources to begin with, because that is the aspect of how he organizes himself, the element of teamwork. How can he be able to get all these people on board? If it is a line of credit, if it is getting all the laborers on board, sometimes he has to make arrangements with the laborers. I'm going to pay you at the end of the week, because the good thing with some of these projects is that within 2 or 3 weeks you're able to finish the project. So if he is not a well-organized contractor, irrespective of which gender or which in terms of the age bracket of the owner, it comes very key. It is very important that these aspects are considered. The other issue is the element of productivity. Again, it's a very important aspect. And this has been alluded to by my colleagues in terms of the productivity of the workforce that we have in the rural areas. Because most of these roads are happening out there in the up country. So the issue of productivity again is key. Is the workforce there productive enough to be able to enable the contractor finish the job on time, on cost, and of the desired quality? And of course, the issue of competence of the staff. Sometimes in the rural areas, sometimes perhaps you find that in terms of adequacy of competence, experience and so forth, getting sometimes the right people to manage the job for you can be a challenge. Because remember, again, this is a job which you're taking, you want to do it within 3 weeks, for example, if it is an non-tarmac road. So it plays a key role. And the other one is the issue of a bit of politics. Again, these roads, sometimes the roads, it's a new road. There has been resistance. Sometimes you find that the road has been there on paper, but on the ground it is not there. It's just a small, narrow thing which no two cars can pass by. And there is the issue of trying to convince people. And perhaps this is also a bit of social issues surrounding the performance of a road, because sometimes you find people are reluctant to move, and there has to be a lot of politics and engagement by for example, those village administrators and those sub-board administrators, trying to convince people the benefit of this, and trying to get perhaps people to move. You find that sometimes people have built along the road where the road is supposed to pass. So there is a lot of a whole mixed matrix of issues surrounding this, and therefore I think organizational aspect of the contractor plays a big role, plus those other aspects which I'm also talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. As you talk about the organizational aspects, it goes back to the issue of finance at the end of the day. Do contractors have leeway in making sure, and maybe this I'll ask you as we come back, I'll ask the question in the next round of questions regarding, contractors being able to actually plan themselves ahead of time so that they're not caught up in the issues of having capacity. And I move to EBK here, and we've talked about all these issues. What would you recommend in terms of enhancing or addressing these concerns that you raised? Gender issues, finance issues, organizational issues. What would be your recommendation coming from the Engineers Board of Kenya, and knowing that engineers are at the forefront of supervising and designing and supervising these projects?
Thank you for the question, and just to first reiterate the importance of infrastructure is that the process of road construction is a social process, just like marriage, just like ceremonies that we have at home. It's a social process, and the heartbeat of a country would be measured in terms of construction. Construction would determine whether a country is doing well or not. And so it's very, very important to get it right in terms of the kind of quality that we have, to have these projects. And when we talk about the issue of improvement, I think one of the areas that would be a quick gain would be just to pick on what Prof. Omenya mentioned about planning. Planning plays a very significant role in terms of realization of infrastructure that is sustainable. We have countries that have stuck to their plan. We always mentioned about Singapore. If you look at their concept plan in terms of 1970s, 60s, it's the same one. If we may not necessarily relate the two because Kenya and Singapore are completely different. But when we talk about aspects of planning, now our country, we have the county governments. And each county government has its own plan. For instance, the county integrated development plans, and they come every other time they are changed. So it's very important to stick to that plan, an integrated plan, not only at county level, but the entire 47 counties, and by extension to Africa, so that all these infrastructural projects are planned. And where we are talking about the capacity, we now need to talk about resilient infrastructure. We talk about sustainable infrastructure, sustainable roads. We shouldn't just focus on the now, but also focus on the future, because we have these emerging concepts like climate change. How are they going to impact the kind of roads that we have? How are they going to influence the way we are going to build these roads, to supervise these roads, so that we have roads, and not only roads, but also infrastructure that is sustainable, that is resilient, that meets the current and future needs. COVID taught us something in terms of the supply chain, and that taught us in terms of the local material. Remember when there was lockdown, and it was not possible to move from one country to another. It was not possible to import materials. That tells us something, that even our forefathers, they used to move. So it means we can still localize the materials that we have. Can we think of using the locally available materials that is going to cut down on costs and is going to actually, probably they would even be more environment friendly in terms of the materials that we are going to use. So an area of improvement, delegates, would be more research in terms of what would be the locally available materials that we can use that are sustainable, that meet the environmental requirements. Another area of improvement would be to address some of the policy gaps, regulatory gaps that we have in terms of having sustainable infrastructure. For instance, we've just talked about planning, we've talked about project financing. Can we come about with innovative ways of financing that would empower the community? Because even this construction is a community project, because sometimes we tend to forget the community, but it's actually the community that is giving us the land, that is providing this land, is the community that is supporting these roads and this construction. So how can we empower the community so that they own this infrastructure and they contribute effectively towards the sustainability of this infrastructure? Another area of improvement in terms of just the study, I think based on the study, it was mentioned the issues of delay, there's the issue of cost overruns, and the issue of poor quality. All these have a root cause. For instance, if it is poor quality, as we have mentioned, probably inadequate involvement of professionals. How do we now deal with that in terms of building our own capacity? I'm told that in the Asian tigers, for instance, we always talk about China and Japan. They didn't reinvent the wheel. They actually closed down and they build their capacity for a sustained period of time. And now they're able even to export this capacity in terms of contractors, engineers, and so on. They had to pay a price. So as a nation, that is probably an area that we are not ready to do it, and that is to pay the price. There's a price that we need to pay as a country to enhance our local capacity, because the engineers that we have, the architects we have, contractors that we have are adequate enough to be able to, we have something to build on. Always when we talk about capacity, we say we don't have capacity, we don't have capacity. I think we need to start changing that narrative to say we have a baseline, we have something to start on on which we can build. So we need to pay that price in terms of investment, in terms of giving them opportunities. Just the other previous discussion, we were talking about the vehicles that were developed. I just, when I look at the vehicles we have, if we had stuck to the original Moi car and encouraged the professions who had come up with it, I don't know how far we would be now. We'd be selling our own vehicles. So the thing is, we need to pay the price in terms of building our capacity. We need to try and address some of the policy gaps that we have. I think that we have roads that are being maintained by the county governments. There are those ones which are maintained by Kenya Rural Roads Authority. There has to be a harmony in terms of the existing policy gaps, so that we have an entire framework, who needs to do what, and we have a way in which all these are working efficiently for the benefit of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. And I don't know, as we're having this conversation, I think we should have had somebody from county government. Is there anyone from county government in the room? Because you're talking about their roads, right? Yes. They're the ones who really handle these roads to a large extent. We should have had someone to give us an insight on how they're doing it, what are the challenges they're facing, and so on and so forth. I think coming back to you, I just want to pick up from there and talk about capacity. What is RASECA, maybe together with NCA, doing in terms of capacity building our contractors? Because you find that in the rural areas, you have basically the contractor is just a businessman at the end of the day. They may not have technical capacity to actually do the road, but they have been given that particular tender to go ahead because they qualify from NCA. But in terms of the technical in-house capacity, there's some challenges, and that's why you end up finding poor quality roads. What would you say RASECA is doing together with NCA to improve the capacity of our contractors?
Thank you. In terms of capacity, I think it's a tricky issue. And if you go backwards in this country, there are very many local contractors who are undertaking big jobs. But that declined to the extent that right now, I think most big jobs are being undertaken by foreign contractors. If you, Engineer Howard here, was to share statistics, then, and you look at it in terms of cash, you probably more than 70% or 80% of the cash that is committed by government for infrastructure goes towards foreign contractors. And as time has gone by, capacity of the local contractors has declined. It is still there, but it has declined. The second thing that I would like to say there is the employment in Kenya over time has been declining. Our population increases, but the opportunities for employment are declining to the extent that we produce so many young graduates eager to work, but there was nowhere to work. Then government tells everybody, start a business, start a business, start a business. One of the businesses to start is construction. So you'll find that people are in construction, and maybe not the ones here, not because they intended to be in construction, but that is what is available for economic sustenance. So there are many people in construction who, given an opportunity, ought not to be there. Thirdly, you see, I think there was something, a commission called the Degwa Commission, sometimes in, was it in the 70s? I don't recall, which allowed civil servants, people who work with the government to do business. So you will find that even in the construction industry, some of the people who are there are just proxies. Proxies of people who are working elsewhere. It's not a bad thing, but the thing is, it ends up complicating the industry, so that it's not always the best person who gets the job, but it's always the person who is most connected to the authorities that gets the job. Now, the biggest contradiction, or rather complication, has come with the introduction of MCAs and them being given budgets and all this kind of thing. So all these mix make it very difficult to have professional contractors who will always do a good job. The other thing is the issue of finance, and I think he talked about finance being a problem. Finance in construction is only a problem because of payment. If payment was not an issue, financing would not be such a big problem, because even now, banks are willing to lend money to contractors. The only reason why they don't do so is because the risk is very high. Because you lend a contractor today, paying back becomes a problem. And the engineer was very right. Maintenance projects, the ones which use the money that is collected from the fuel levy, those ones are easy to deal with. If you do a good job, and you'll get paid. But some of the projects which are funded by GOK and shillings, how much interest are you paying? So it is a big problem. And I agree with what he was saying, that maybe we should only give out projects for money that we have. If you delay payment for 1 month or 2, it's not really, for 1 month or so it is okay. It can be okay, it can be managed, but government delay in payment can be as much as a few months, sometimes a few years. Then when payment comes, especially with the pending bills, then you hear somebody say, oh, let us audit first. So it creates more and more complications. Maybe should I leave it there and then we'll pick it up? Okay.
All right, thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, I will allow questions from the audience. Yes, please. I believe that's Mwenda Makadimu. Karibu sana. Please introduce yourself and ask the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Mwenda Makadimu, a past chairman of the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya, and a consultant in real estate, and I also teach real estate. Now, my big question is, in the rural areas, as opposed to when you're doing national highways, when you're doing rural roads, the subject of compulsory acquisition and the resettlement thereof is one that is handled in a very blurred manner. And there are people who are forced off their land, and contractors and the political powers and government have a lot of power with citizens not knowing their rights. So the impacts of that is that some people's properties are destroyed and livelihoods are affected, and that I think we need to know how. Okay, there's no one from Kera, or maybe if there is, there is. Tell us how that is being handled, so that the impacts from acquisition. Then on livelihoods, the relocations that are brought into the rural areas, how are they affecting people's livelihoods, especially when the acquisition of the land is done without proper composition. The other issue that I wanted to bring about is the negative impacts that come, especially again on the issue of land. When those rural roads are opened, especially when you tarmac the roads, there's a phenomenon that has come of people demanding, or the demand of land increasing in those roads, near the roads, and the subdivision is so high, everyone thinks they should open a shop next to the road and buy a plot, and they subdivide. So it is, the rural places are becoming a slum all of a sudden from the roads. So as much as they bring in the jobs, the incidences of subdivision, especially in the agricultural and in the rural areas, is so high. So maybe you can tell us how that is moving. The last one is the issue of politics and those roads, where whatever the contractor is doing is at the behest of the local politician, the MCA and the MP, because they all want to show that they are the ones doing the road. So, as much as they want to show they are doing the road, they affect the program of the contractor, and also they demand money. And their employees also demand money. So devolving corruption again at that level. So maybe you can share what your perspectives about how to deal with the political risks that are affecting people there. The last bit, you see, when you say foreign contractors are going to the rural roads, it's true. But they also bring with them other habits, either drinking alcohol or they go and bring another race in between. So how do we handle that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Past Chair. And any other question? Then I can direct the questions to the panelists. Any other questions in the room? Okay, one more there.
Thank you so much. My name is Lamek Owesi. I'm a graduate architect and member of Architectural Association of Kenya. The question I would have would be, from the discussions, we see construction as a very collaborative industry. We have various professionals and all sorts of activities taking place. Some of these things, there is a possibility of bringing in technology, and by that I mean digital technology, to enhance collaboration and improve transparency through the process of construction. I wanted to know, to what extent could we think through digital technology as a way to enhance collaboration amongst professionals in the projects and transparency? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lamek. I'll pick it up from there. Maybe, Prof, you can start on the technology question, and then Howard, you'll talk about compulsory acquisition, and then maybe a little bit about politics. Land subdivision will be taken by the CPM, and then, okay, I don't think foreign contractors will actually go to EBK because they're a regulator, and then we can wind up.
Yeah, there's a lot of scope for technology, and I think you're asking this as the right forum. I know very, very well that NCA is already, trying to introduce quite a bit of different technologies and encouraging that across government, BIM systems, and so on, that would enable professionals collaborate. I know that's already happening in the building sector. I don't know the extent to which that the extent to which that is being done in the other sectors, in the road construction. Yeah, but definitely I know, and it's good that it's actually NCA that is spearheading that already on very, very specific projects. So there is huge scope, and you must actually collaborate there in between. Moderator, just 1 second. I just want to contribute a little bit to the issue of those contractors at local level, because I've a very immediate experience in actually construction, a bit of infrastructure, but it's worrying. We are involved in a project quite significant, and that project is being done at county level. So they're meant to be people from public works who supervise that, and then they're meant to be, sort of contractors. It was advertised in the newspapers, but it's quite interesting that when these people advertised, they cancelled because the local politician had fronted their farm. Then they did a second round, and they shortlisted 3 different farms, and then they picked one. And guess what? The farm that won still belonged to the politician, because we found out about the chairman who had been used there. So whatever you do, there's very tight collusion between county governments and the local politicians. There can even be 10 different farms, but they belong to the same politicians. So it doesn't matter who wins. Had been availed by the contractor. Almost 6, 7. But to cut the long story short, when the real engineer arrived, we realized there was none. There was no engineer at all, not a single one. Including the ones from public works. They were actually not qualified engineers. They were technicians in that regard. And And it was quite interesting. Some of the things the guys wanted to do were just ridiculous, totally ridiculous. You know, people talking about, you know, not wanting to build some columns because they wanted to be paid immediately. And if they didn't put the columns, they were going to end up with spans of almost 60 meters. And they didn't bother. All they wanted was to get money. Then, you know, they'll worry about the size of those members later on. In fact, they wouldn't even worry about it. Those were variations that were coming. And these guys wanted to vary the projects even before starting construction. And it's quite interesting. So we're playing a totally different role of trying to protect the client from public works and the contractor. Everything, you know, from the QS and so on. So I need to share this because this is very, very immediate actually. It is one of the things I'm dealing with now. And you wonder, you know, why government would be his own agency. But I think we have a mess. We actually do have a mess at that level. Sorry, moderator, just a quick one again. I was involved again on a similar project. I used to be a chairman of a board of a school. And believe it or not, I had to pull down a building in my school designed by me. It was being built by force by the local MP because they had decided to make a contribution through CDF. And same thing, they brought in incompetent people, they brought in incompetent contractors and so on. I would come to Nairobi immediately, I flew to Nairobi, they would be doing their own things on that site and paying themselves. I had to go and pull it down because I told them, guys, I'm not a politician, I'm a professor of architecture. If this thing collapses and I'm the one who has built it, designed it, and I'm also the chairman of the board of the school, I'm finished. The politician would just go on. So there's a big mess down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Maybe you want to take the issue of...
You'll allow me, moderator, to focus on the issue of project-affected persons and maybe mention something about the issue of subdivision of land, because when I saw when Amwenda asking, he was looking at me. I wanted to first throw in definition, because we need to understand rural roads is defined differently in the Act as it is defined in the road design manual. The Act says rural roads is road class C, D going downwards. But in the road design manual, even a highway, when it's passing through the rural, it is a rural road. Why I bring in the definition is because in the strict sense of rural roads as defined under the Act, when KERA is doing the roads in the rural, they hardly do acquisition. They actually follow the alignment of the existing road as much as possible, and they do either minimal to zero acquisition. The people who do acquisition are us, because our roads have to follow certain curvatures. They cannot be bent to follow the alignment as it's running. So we must acquire. But I want to give assurance, because this one I'm 101% sure that we have very strict rules that govern land acquisition and how to handle project-affected persons. I say this because we have those people who own the land, who have title or allotment letters or lease agreements. They are handled very differently from other project-affected persons who are just within the reserve. They are affected, but they do not have any ownership documentation. It's a very long process that must be able to identify the affected persons and come up with what we call the entitlement matrix. The entitlement matrix is what will show you, for instance, that there is this land, it is owned by Professor Omenya, and then there is a go-down built on it, owned by Florence. And then Daktari here is operating a business in the go-down, and he has sublet M-Pesa to engineer over there, so that you're able to define who are affected, how are they affected, and what are the entitlements before you proceed and begin doing compensations and giving awards and then compensations and then acquiring or getting that space before you begin working there. This does not mean that challenges do not arise. That's why we always open a window that we call complaint redress mechanisms, which runs all through the project from start to the end, because I could find this land and say it is owned by Professor Omenya, and then once I want to pay because the title is reading his name, someone shows up and says, look, I'm Omenya's brother, and this Omenya is actually our father, and this guy wants to benefit from everything alone. So we have to subject it through a complaint redress mechanism, and this runs, it continues during the project life and even after the project. So complaints still do arise, but I think government has developed this system for a very long time to a point that nowadays we never move in to demolish houses at night. Demolitions, especially when you are getting people compulsory out there, you're getting them out of that reserve, can only happen after compensations have been done or the compensation decisions have been finalized. There is an award that has been given. When there are other disputes, you can push it now to tribunals, to the tribunal that should resolve it, either under a National Land Commission or any other forum. But then you can get these people out. But even when you're doing that, you cannot come at night at 2 p.m. and move people out. You must come during the day when they are seeing, and then you tell them to move out. If they cannot move out voluntarily, yet you know you have finished with compensation, you have allocated the money to pay, you can move them out by force. Force is used under very minimal circumstances whenever we are dealing with project affected persons. On the question of people subdividing, I think that question needs to be handled by a president, because it's a spatial planning issue and a development control issue, which is handled by planners whom she's president of. And I think you play a very big role. Yes, the person who asked the question, because this is creating a huge mess. Even us, we are not happy to have shops coming out in the rural, because rural land is we are supposed to do proper zoning, and that function now under the PLUPA, the Physical Land Use Act, and the Land Use Act under the Ministry of Lands. It's a mandate that has been pushed to the counties to do zoning. Not only to do zoning, but to come up with the integrated development plan, which should be geo-referenced, and then it should be controlled. Now, this is a little bit outside the hands of the road sector, because if you ask me, I only have a mandate to manage the road reserve. And if I have someone else who is managing the land that abuts the road reserve, then we will have very good results. I hope that creates clarity.
Yeah, thank you very much, Howard. I think you've tackled that particular issue quite well. I almost do not have a question for the doctor, but maybe just one thing you could talk about here in this particular instance is what survey is talking about is actually big project management at the end of the day. Is it that the government does not have a strong project management arm? What happens? How come all these issues occur? Yet if you had an overarching project management arm that is very strong, they'd be able to pick out all these issues and put in place the measures that need to be put so that it's quite well. And let's answer in one question, then I'll come to you, engineer, so that we can wind up our session.
Yeah, thank you for that. The question raised about land acquisition, and I know engineers tried to cover the government as much as possible, but we always have challenges. We've heard of cases whereby all of a sudden you see new people buying land in an area, and then 6 months later there is a road now which is passing, because they anticipated that there is a road which is coming, and then they went and bought the land at very low prices, and then now the value increases. And they also have influence with the people who do the valuation of the land. So I know he has tried, and I know that perhaps the government has the mechanisms of trying to cover this as much as possible. But as those who take care of things try to, those people who make the locks try to make the locks as much as unbreakable. The thieves also try to have mechanisms of trying to overcome them. So it is good that the government has those systems. But if, like yesterday, the whole discussion was all about digitization of processes, and sometimes these usually removes, Dr. Murigi talked about the human interface. When systems are automated, perhaps, because sometimes those claims they take perhaps even years. Not just about roads, but even other infrastructure such as dams and those other kinds. So sometimes the process takes so long, and in between, most of those local people out there, they don't know the processes, and in between the other people, middlemen who come in between. So the process is not as transparent as the government thinks it is. So perhaps the automation and digitization is a new way to go, which would really help in trying to curb some of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Makoha,
President, if you allow
me, because I am a very strict timelines.
Okay.
Please.
I just wanted to mention that we are doing a research to digitize what he's just saying.
Okay.
So that acquisition is digitized and makes it easy to close those problems that he has mentioned.
All right, wonderful, thank you. I just want to move to Dr. Makoha, who before I had asked you about foreign contractors, but that will be handled by Raseka here. I think I want you to talk about professionalism and how it is that we are having, let's just call them quack people who are calling themselves engineers, but they're actually not qualified at all to be, involved in these projects. And what is EBK doing about it, being the regulator of the profession? Thank you.
Thank you. First, I received that title. So after this, I'm engineer doctor. So thank you, Madam President. In terms of professionalism, I think that is the heart of it. We are governed by the Code of Conduct and Ethics for Engineers, and it spells out clearly the obligations to the society, obligations as an engineer to uphold the integrity, dignity of the profession, and the obligation to the society in terms of safety, in terms of health, in terms of welfare of the society. And it's very sad. Yesterday, I'm telling you, you go, like for instance, the site in Moranga, and you see a building collapse. It really paints a bad picture to the profession, and not just engineers, but all of us as a country. Because it's very sad. You look at countries like Tanzania, they are really on the rise. I'm telling you, out there, countries are on the rise. I think they are coming up with what we call, I don't know, Zanzibar Domino, a very beautiful, well-designed structure. You don't hear about this collapse of buildings. So even as a reputation as a country, we are losing it big in terms of even investments, because someone would not want to come to invest a country where there is collapse. So it's really sad for the profession. So what is the board doing about it? One, we are currently handling 15 disciplinary cases, so of engineers who have been involved in the buildings that have collapsed and so on. So it's a process that is taking. We are enforcing the Code of Conduct and Ethics. That is one. So whoever is going to be found culpable, then he or she is going to face what is provided for in the law. And of course, we are encouraging in terms of ethics for engineers to be ethical in terms of working. We have quite a number who have carried themselves with a lot of integrity. All these buildings, roads and so on, manufacturing plants and so on that they are being built, have stood the test of time. So we have engineers who have really been ethical. Another thing the board is doing in terms, the other day, last week, His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samuel Ruto, commissioned an engineers project registration portal. We are going digital so that all engineers will be expected to register their projects for monitoring. And it's not just ourselves, even the Borax is also has come up with actually they came earlier in terms of the project registration portal. NCA, of course, already had that in place. And so we are looking at integration, system integration, which will be able to speak to all these systems at regulator level, as well as county governments, because we have a number of county governments which are also developing similar systems. So we are looking in future that all these systems will be speaking so that what is being done, if an engineer, if a project is registered, everyone knows what's happening, and even project reports are being, monitoring, so it will enhance efficiency. Other than talking about digitization, I think digitization goes hand in hand with professionalism. Because if you look at a system, we are talking about artificial intelligence and so on and so forth. It's as good as the people. Because you can talk about having a wonderful system, Madam President, but at the same time, if the people are corrupted, then they will corrupt the system. For us, previously, if you remember, those who are, you remember people used to milk, and then you put your milk at the road. Then you go continue doing your own business. Then someone is going to pick and take it to the processing plant. Right now, I don't think it can happen, because the moment you put your milk there, no sooner have you turned, you only turn to realize it has disappeared. So even that issue of digitization, we can only talk about it when the foundation is integrity as a people,
The foundation is patriotism as a people. The foundation is professionalism in terms of the way we are doing business. And just one quick one, Madam President, we talked about the foreign consultants, and what we are doing as a board is to expand the market. Because you find we have excellent Kenyan engineers and architects who are building other economies. Talk about Namibia, Botswana, Rwanda. We have excellent engineers and architects, planners out there. So we are liberalizing the market, and we have this global mobility. We are actually working towards acceding to the Washington Accord so that an engineer in Kenya can practice in Singapore, can practice in Israel, can practice in US. So we have to be alive to the globalization and the mobility. But what can we do now is to make sure that we leverage on knowledge transfer so that when we have foreign consultants coming, then we're able to get as much as possible from them so that we build our own capacity. Another thing would be we have a mutual recognition agreement like with East African community countries like Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, to have harmonized standards, both in terms of qualifications and practice, so that we can have a mobility. And then finally, in terms of the issue of foreign consultants and contractors, again, it could be also a social issue, because now we have people who are coming to look for work, and then now that social element brings in the society. So that's something, an aspect that should be handled. Finally, in my own view, I think as a country we need to move, because to change the aspect. For instance, when we talk about roads, we shouldn't go on the negative. For instance, we say roads are going to help to minimize poverty or to reduce poverty. Let's change a bit and say roads are going to create wealth. Instead of focusing on poverty, like World Bank, their motto is no poverty. Why don't we change and say, let it be create wealth? And we as a nation, if we're able to rise to levels of excellence as a country, we come out of the mediocrity that we have. When Prof said we're in a mess, that is, he was being so diplomatic. I think we have tolerated a lot of mediocrity as a country, and if we come out of it and try to move to excellence, try to move to be patriotic, try to move in terms of our efforts. Not everyone, maybe 50 million may not do it, but if we start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and to maintain the level of excellence in the construction industry, then we can go very far in terms of developing and becoming a superpower. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. And I think the title was just rubbing off on you, based on who you're seated next to. Finally, just quickly, he's talked about foreign consultants, talk about foreign contractors.
Thank you. Now, maybe let me just say something else before I get to that. Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. Okay, first of all, in terms of Tanzania doing better than we are, I think that it is something that has been happening to our country for a long time. Sometimes back, we used to be the giant of the region. I don't think that a Goliath state is still the case for us now. And if we're not careful, we will lose it altogether. The Dar port has handled more imports than Mombasa. I think for the first time recently, the statistics say so. So we are on the decline in a way, but we can change it. In terms of foreign contractors, one thing that I found very interesting is when the Nairobi Expressway was being constructed. I did expect that there will be maximum technology transfer during that period of constructing that highway. But I visited their plant, which is on the southern bypass. Then I also we toured the project as Roseka. And apart from the foreign engineers, I think they were engineers because they were not speaking English much, we did not see any Kenyan engineer at that point in time being involved. There was a consultant, yes, but that consultant was not that much involved. And I do not know, Engineer Howard, how much this is happening. But in my view, if I was at Kenha or in government, I would ensure that when such landmark projects are being undertaken, not only our Kenyan engineers 100% involved from start to end, but I would also involve the universities, because that's where you gain knowledge. Then, and I think that's how the foreign contractors are making sure that as they are on the rise, we are on the decline. The other thing that I want to comment on briefly is the use of materials engineer. I know that we use 800, stroke 100, and all these materials we specify. But do we always go beyond just penetration test and say, is this bitumen really 800? You know, you can pass penetration, but the bitumen is not 800. You know that very well. So I find that to be a challenge, and maybe it results into the problems that we have in the roads not leaving their design period. But basically, there's nothing wrong with foreign contractors. We can learn from them. But they should not become a substitute to local contractors. We need to build your capacity. We need to build our capacity so that, like they say, we can build our own country. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds. Now give your closing remarks and hand it over. You okay with that? Yes, please. All right. 30 seconds, Prof. Closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. I think our rural areas are a disaster. I think our rural areas are a disaster, and we need to do everything from planning to all this infrastructure thing we're talking about. We focused quite a bit on the urban, which is also a disaster, but the rural area is the neglected one. Every single town that I come from, a town called Bondo, but is an over-glorified slum. And all of them are the same way. And if you continue this way, and I think Daktari there highlighted that very well, Makatimo, you know, we will not even be able to feed ourselves. So we need to do something about the rural areas. And thanks NCA for leading the way. Thank you.
Just to pick up from where Prof has left, we need the assistance, strong assistance from the planners to help us with zoning, building lines, setbacks, so that we can bring our built environment back to order. But just to give something else, closing on the issue of project affected persons, let us open our minds to see the bigger picture and the reality, because it is true sometimes there can be disparities, but some of the disparities could be you have bar number A, bar number B, they make 20 million shillings each, but when you do your assessment for entitlement, one of them is you want to pay them at least 6 months equivalent of their profit. One of them is entitled to 20 million times 6, which is 120 million. The other one is entitled to 5 million. It is not corruption. It is because when I look at your returns to KRA, you've been declaring that you make a profit of 2 million instead of 20 million. So when I calculate times 6 months, you get two different amounts. What someone will say, my neighbor had 120 million and me, I had only 12 million shillings. These people must have been bribed to get that disparity in the figure. But there are criteria that you go through to get to those figures. What I can say is that we've come from very far. Government has really tried to tighten the noose and to find much better ways of dealing with PAPs. We are not there yet, but we are doing a lot much better than where we came from. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is perhaps directed to the NCA. This research was timely in the sense that it elicits a good discussion. Perhaps the missing element was the political aspect and ethics, because as you've heard, much of the discussion is around ethics, and perhaps the bit of political aspect when it comes to road construction, especially the ones in the rural area. So perhaps maybe you would look into that as so that you see how that impacts on the performance of roads and perhaps even buildings in the rural areas. Thank you.
Mine is to say thank you. It has been quite interactive in terms of the insights that we received from our panels as well as the distinguished delegates. My parting shot would be what is found in our national anthem. Inasema, na tujenge taifa letu, huu ndio wajibu wetu. Thank you.
Thank you. My closing remarks goes around the issue of payment to contractors. I think that if government was to pay contractors on time, and of course the issue of integrity comes in as well, at the political level, meaning that if we have to be able to manage these things to work very well together in synergy, the issue of integrity has to come in, and then when people do honest work, let them be paid. It is very sad to see members of our association being auctioned because of lack of payment, not because they didn't do the job, but because they simply have not been paid. And you know the banks don't understand. They will levy you with penalty and interest, to the extent that even if government eventually pays you, you are unable to pay them. So I just appeal to my brothers who are in government to look at whatever they can do to make sure that when you issue out a contract, please find money to pay these people, even if it means borrowing wherever you are borrowing from. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to my panelists. The conversations have been enriching, and I believe we've learned a lot and even heard a lot about the issues that surround rural road construction, the social economic factors, but also at the same time, you cannot talk about it without touching on many other issues that affect contractors, affect professionalism, affect the county governments, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much for being a great panelist group, and I really enjoyed moderating this particular session. As we wind up, yes, we have received the challenge in terms of planning under our association, and we would like to look at it that planning is the beginning of everything else that we are going to do. Even where that road is going to pass through needs to be planned at the beginning. So thank you very much, and I want to hand it over to the chair.
Now we have come to the end of this session, but we will formally close this session so that we can break for lunch. I will call upon Steve to come and say something very brief. And then after that, request Engineer Karani to come and officially close this session. And then after that, we shall all have our prayer, and then we shall proceed for lunch. So Steve, come.
Thank you, Bwana MC. I think we need to appreciate ourselves. Let's appreciate ourselves for being here, and thank you very much. Santeni sana. Thank you for the discussions. I can tell you there's a lot of information that we've been able to pick out from these sessions, and into the future we'll try and modify and see what is it that we can do to make sure that this information is made available to the public so that we can consume. I mean, I don't have much to say. I'll just invite our manager, Engineer Karani, who will be speaking on behalf of the ID, to just make the closing remarks. Karibu, Engineer.
Thank you, Steve. MC, delegates, panelists, good afternoon. I understand that I'm standing between you and your lunch, and I have been given a task to simply close the forum. Sindio? So I'll not be take long. And of course, as you know, have been that task was EDIS, Engineer Ketch, and they usually say umepatiwa task that ni viatu vikubwa, big shoe to wear. I'll try to put them on, and for those who know Engineer Ketch, you know that ni mrefu. So I'll try to fit into those shoes. So thank you very much, all of us, for the participation. So we've had an active 2 days discussions. We've had 4 wonderful presentations, and thereafter panel discussions that followed up to those presentations. And you can see the conversations that surround those particular topics. I wish we had more time for the sessions. It was now getting more interesting, but and nevertheless, we have to come to an end. Now, Steve and your team, thank you very much. Being from the registration department and the registration and compliance directorate, we are a very heavy user of these researches that are generated by the research department. So we are really also keen to follow up with the findings and recommendations to be able to implement them. Now, the researches, as we have said and as alluded to by our executive director yesterday, are as a result of our NACRA agenda. Our NACRA agenda, which was developed through a stakeholder-driven process by you, and they come up with specific thematic areas that informed now what you're seeing here. So we presented 4 of them, and I'm sure we'll keep presenting more other such researches that are to the benefit of the construction industry. And as you can see, and even from the panelists and the various persons that were involved in this, we involved a stakeholder driven process, and right from our mission, which allows us to have strategic partnerships with sister institutions to avoid the silo system. And you'll see that, you'll note that the researches are really well presented in terms of the outlook. So we believe that moving forward, that is the way to go. The issue of partnerships is really core. A bit on what Engineer Okere, and he's just talked out, mentioned, the issue of the collapses that we continue seeing, and we have also discussed. They are very, very unfortunate. We should not be having collapses in this day and age, but they still happen. How can we reduce some of this? Is through partnerships, strategic partnerships, because we cannot be all over as NCA, or even as the county or the other sector players in the industry. So strategic interventions through partnerships is really a core to how we are supposed to deliver our services. Now, the next steps are from here. We will have, actually we've had very wonderful inputs and comments from you, the audience, both here and online. We've had some comments also coming in from the online stream. So we'll input the comments and enhance our reports, just as has been suggested. Then we'll have the publication and the generation of the peer-reviewed papers for public consumption, of course. And then in the course of our discussions, we noted that there are other players who may not be here that are involved in these various areas that we've discussed. Of course, we'll form a matrix and inform them so that they can have their input into the whole process of these researches. And then also we note that and then in line with one of our functions of quality assurance, we need to develop a platform that we will be able to have the proper review of our NCA quality assurance tools that we use to carry out a quality assurance, which inform some of these researches that we are seeing. So in a nutshell, those are the next steps moving forward that we will implement to conclude these researches, even as we embark on other research programs that we will be carrying on. Research being a main function that we carry out as an institution. Now, to end the session, it will not be wise to sit down before recognizing your contribution, your valuable contribution, and I'll do it in this form. I have a list that I'll read through. The universities, we have seen the immense input that our universities have. Prof. Rukwaro, he stepped out. Prof. here, Daktari, and all the rest who have been very key. They have worked with us the journey. Prof. mentioned that he started with us in the research space when we were setting up the research department, and we've been working with them. They have been always at hand when we call upon them to give their input to the various processes that we do. Sister regulators, EBK, Borax, again, we cannot forget the two institutions which have worked with us again. We even have an MOU with them and partner in terms of the way we carry out our responsibilities outside there and regulating the industry. And then professional institutions, Madam President AK, thank you for working with us. IQSK, IEK, Howard here, I think, are you representing IEK? Road sector, okay. But there was Shama was here earlier on. Thank you for that, IEK. IQSK, yeah, ASCMK, Construction Managers of Kenya. Thank you very much again for being a partner with the NCA. Contractors in the house, nawaona. Nakuona hapo. Contractors in the house wako wapi? Thank you. I speak with contractors because that's exactly what I do. I'm a manager in charge of the registration of contractors, so I cannot sit down without recognizing our contractors. All the professionals in the house, from QSS, construction managers, the engineers, and all the like. Thank you, asante sana. Our former GM, who is now the CEO of NHC, I think he's worked out. Again, he was also very key in these researches. Actually, he failed to mention that all these researches were started during his tenure as the general manager in our research department. So thank you to him in absentia. And then, of course, our panelists. Our panelists, they've done a wonderful job, guided by our moderators. Wonderful job. Nafikiri tuwapigie makofi. Thank you very much for actually making this conversation lively and generating some questions. There were quite a number of issues which were raised, and one of them touched on the issue of skills transfer. That again falls directly on my docket of foreign contractors. I was looking at somebody to point at me to answer that question, but no one pointed, na nikasema ni sawa. I breathed a sigh of relief. Wacha ninyamaze hapo. It has been a thorn in the flesh, truth be told. The issue of skills transfer, we ask for skills transfer documentation from foreign contractors, but then the follow-up has been a bit of, there's been a bit of lacking, and we mentioned it here, the issue of monitoring. We have very good documents, but monitoring comes a bit of a challenge. But this is an issue that we look at trying to streamline so that we can get these skills transferred to our local engineers and other contractors and the rest, just as is specified in the laws. And we had here that the PPA Act has very good provisions for that. Similarly to the NCA Act has very good provisions for that, because it's a bit unfortunate when a project like the Expressway, a project like the SGR, these are projects that come once in a while. We might take a bit of time to see such projects are done from start to finish without involving or rather transferring skills to us, the local professionals and construction workers and contractors and the like. So in a nutshell, I wish to thank all of us for actively participating. The group here, the delegates here, the ones online, thank you very much for your active participation. And please feel free to make any other contributions, remarks that you may wish to make. You might have skipped it in the course of our discussions. You are always welcome to make those remarks. And with those remarks, I wish to officially close this forum and invite you for lunch after our MC has closed with a word of prayer. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Shall we stand up for the closure prayer? Our national anthem in English, and I'm reminded that the panelists, all the panelists, the facilitators and presenters, whoever made a presentation, after we have sung the national anthem, please come here for a photo, a group photo. In English, let's sing the national anthem. O God of all creation, blessed is our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Thank you, and God bless you till next time. So the panelists, karibuni for lunch.